Good morning, friends. We are back for day 19 of Chad Daybell's Doomsday Cult Murder Trial on Disorder in the Court. We continue with the direct examination of the medical examiner in in Idaho, who did the autopsy on the remains of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. And Rob Wood is doing the direct examination. So why don't we just go ahead and get started? The man is on the stand. Here we go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Warren, yesterday we left off. We had spoken about J.J. Vallow's autopsy, and we're in the process of speaking about Tylee Ryan's.
Right.
And I think we left off on talking about her medical history. When you received Tylee Ryan, how did you receive her remains?
So as I briefly spoke about yesterday, I received her remains in multiple bags. 2 bags were in black body bags that were sealed. One of the bags was a brown paper bag with multiple other smaller brown paper bags within that bag. So essentially what we did is, the first thing we did is we x-rayed all of the bags. I think we took a total of 28 x-rays. And essentially we were looking for any kind of projectile or weapon fragments, or and what we saw in this case were multiple bones. And there's also a fair amount of what you could tell was debris, which ended up being mud and dirt and rocks. So that's the first thing we did, is we took multiple x-rays. And then we opened each bag and we went through all of the remains. And like I said yesterday, this took about a week. It took a lot of time, but we were able to separate all the debris in the mud, and we were able to get several bones. There were some organs that were still identified, and also some soft tissues that we were able to identify.
What organs were you able to identify?
So the organs that I identified were the heart, the right and left lung, a portion of the liver, one of the kidneys, small fragments of brain tissue, and a few small segments of bowel. Now, just so you know, all of these tissues were charred,
Morning,
they were
hon.
blackened, they were shrunken. Some of them were partially burned away. So these weren't intact organs that looked like normal organs. They definitely had
Hi,
fire
Rachel.
artifact.
And were you able to identify any portions of her skeletal structure?
Yes. So there was a portion of her skull, and then there were multiple pieces of skull fragments. We found multiple vertebral column, actually the full vertebral column from C1 to C7, so the vertebral bones in your neck, and then also multiple vertebral columns in the thoracic and lumbar region. We identified the sacrum, both hip bones, the sternum, both clavicles. And then as far as the extremities, we identified multiple long bones in both the upper and lower extremities, and foot bones as well. And like the organs, these weren't intact, pristine bones. These were bones that were partially burned away, blackened, charred, brittle, with extensive fire artifact.
With the condition that Tylee's body was in, were you able to perform any type of toxicology testing?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So on a portion of the sacrum and the hip bones, I noted that there were still fairly large amounts of skeletal muscle. I could identify it as skeletal muscle. So what I did is I made incisions into the skeletal muscle and I went as deep as I could to find the best possible sample that wasn't blackened and charred. And we sent a sample of skeletal muscle for toxicology testing.
And did you receive any results from that?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology testing?
So it came back positive for ibuprofen. So that's just a, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. It came back for caffeine. It came back for beta phenethylamine, which is just a decomposition product. It also came back for carbon monoxide, low levels of carbon monoxide, and a very low carboxyhemoglobin saturation level.
And were any of those items found in the toxicology report something you could rely on to determine a cause of death for Tylee?
No, there was nothing in her toxicology report that I felt would explain her death.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 176, 176A through 176MM, as in Mike. He has them, but yeah. Review State's Exhibit 176 and let me know when you've had a chance to briefly review that. United States Exhibit 176 and its subparts.
Yes.
What does State's Exhibit 176 purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken at the time of JJ's autopsy.
Did you take those photographs?
I personally did not. We have forensic technicians, forensic autopsy technicians that take the photographs under my guidance.
So you say they were under your guidance. Were you there when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are those photographs a true and accurate representation of what you observed regarding JJ Vallow's autopsy?
Yes.
And would those pictures aid you in discussing and explaining your testimony and findings regarding the autopsy of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for that State's Exhibit 176A through MM be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 176A through MM are each admitted into the record.
Hey,
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes, you can publish those. And I'll note on the record also, these are being published to the jurors and the parties and the witness, but not to the public in general. So you can continue, Mr. Wood, with that.
interesting. So they took the Zoom view off of the audience. I was going to see.
And I've already set it up. I can't see you check.
I wanted to check out kind of the vibe in the gallery. I think they took the view off of the wrong zoom. Yeah, they're trying to fix the zoom right now. This is always the point in a trial when people dread. When
May we proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176A?
So this is a photograph of how we received JJ in a black body bag. You can see there's a red seal
the shame,
and also
you should look
the
down
ruler
at
with
name,
the numbers. We do that
Chad
just to show that this is
Daybell.
the case number for the case.
Pryor is looking at it but trying to look away.
And can you describe what's being shown in 176B?
This is a close-up photograph of the seal or the body lock, number 506559, after it's been cut and removed.
And what's the importance of documenting that?
So we want to document that when we receive the body in the body bag and it's sealed, we take a photograph of it to make sure that it's not cut or hampered with in any way. And then we take a photograph showing that we cut it at the time of the autopsy, just for evidence preservation.
And can you describe what the jury sees in 176C?
I hope so, Stacy.
So this is a photograph once the seal was removed, when we opened up
Glad
the
your
black
TV is
body
okay,
bag.
Solo.
JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp with held together with multiple strips of duct tape.
And in 176D, what did you observe?
For shame.
So this photograph shows we opened up the black tarp that was held together with the duct tape. And this is the first time that I actually saw JJ's body, which you can see, and we talked about briefly yesterday. At the top of the photo, near the top of the head, you can kind of see there's a white plastic bag that's covering his head. And then his face is wrapped with duct tape all the way from the eyes down to the neck. You can also see that his forearms, wrists, and hands are bound with duct tape. There is a blue and white blanket that was accompanying the body that was resting on JJ. And then you can also see he's wearing a red pajama top and red pajama bottom. And I think I mentioned yesterday, really the only part of the skin that was that you can see right here is the upper arms. And they show evidence of decomposition in the form of a green and leathery appearance with some skin slippage.
You can see
And what did you
shades of
observe in
sickness.
176E?
So this is a photograph, more of a close-up of the upper body. Again, showing the white plastic bag better. You can see there is a tear near the top of the head in the white plastic bag. So I was informed before I did the autopsy that law enforcement, when they found what they believed to be JJ, they made that small tear to confirm that there was human hair and that there was a human body in the bag. So to my knowledge, that's where that tear came from. But this just better shows the plastic bag over the head and the duct tape covering the face.
Morning, Teacup. They're showing autopsy photos right now. That's
And
fine.
176F.
And this is a photograph closer up of the lower half of the body. You can see the blue and white blanket, the portion of the red pajama pants, black socks. And then you can also see that JJ's ankles are bound with duct tape as well.
Monster. Yeah, you know you're a monster.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176G?
This is another photograph with the blanket a little down further, so you can get a little better look at the pajama top. I think the main thing here is you can see there's decomposition, or the pajama top was soaked with decomposition fluid, and there was mold on the shirt. And then you can see also there's a fair amount of dirt and other debris on the duct tape around the face.
Jesus. That's what you're defending,
176H.
Pryor.
This is a very similar photograph, just with the blanket removed. Better seeing the forearms and hands that are duct taped together, and also just getting a view on the a different side of the body.
When these photographs are taken, do they attempt to take multiple angles?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Good morning, Music City Mom.
Just so we get the full picture, we have a routine where we take photographs on both sides of the body, the front of the body, the back of the body, just to make sure that we're capturing all angles of the body.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176I?
Again, this is a photograph of the blanket removed, better showing the pajama pants, which were also partially soaked or soaked with decomposition fluid. And you can see there's some white moldy substance on near the right knee or the right thigh.
And 176J.
This is a photograph better showing the ankles that were bound with duct tape.
Doctor, if you can describe what was happening on 176K.
So what we did to remove the plastic bag and the duct tape is we made one single cut along the side of the face and carefully removed it, exposing JJ's face. So you can see JJ's face, at least a portion of his face, has green decomposition discoloration. And then there's also a strip of duct tape that is covering JJ's mouth that essentially runs from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe 176L or what you observed there?
So after we made the single cut and removed the white plastic bag with the duct tape off of the head, we took a photograph of it, and this is from the inside out. So what would be the portion that was covering JJ's face on the inside. And what you can see here is there's a fair amount of fluid, decomposition fluid, and some dirt and other debris within there.
And to be clear, that was the bag that was wrapped around his head.
Correct.
I see a lot of fidgeting in the audience. A lot of hands
You-
coming up to faces.
Describe what you saw on 176M.
This is a photograph of JJ's head after the bag has been removed. And it better shows the strip of duct tape that is covering his mouth.
And what do you see in 176N?
This is the strip of duct tape that has been removed from his mouth. We photographed it and then we submitted to law enforcement. All of these things on JJ, all the duct tape and the bag on the head, that was all sealed and submitted to law enforcement.
There is no doctrine that can justify this. There is no profit
Doctor, if you can describe
that can
what you observed in 176O.
Again, this is a photograph of JJ's forearms and wrists and hands being bound with multiple layers of duct tape.
And 176Q.
So similar to the bag on the head and the duct tape on the head, we made a single cut along the duct tape. And what this does is it exposes the forearms, which show evidence of decomposition. And it also reveals that JJ's wrists were further bound with additional duct tape.
And Doctor, I'd normally ask you to point that out with a pointer on the screen where we don't have the screen. Is this where my pen is pointing the additional duct tape you were speaking of?
Yes.
I wonder if Pryor ever asked himself, what the hell am I defending?
You can tell the jury what you saw in
Hey,
176R.
Sharon.
So this is the duct tape that is wrapped around JJ's forearms and wrists and hands. It's been removed. We take a photograph of it, and then we submit it to law enforcement.
And was that, when that was removed, can you describe how that was removed?
Yeah, similar to the bag and the duct tape around the face and the head. We made a single cut and then carefully removed it.
And 176S, what was that?
So this is just a photograph of the same thing, but this is showing the inside of the duct tape that was touching JJ's skin. And you can see there's a significant amount of decomposition fluid and staining on the inside.
Lots of wincing there. So much tape.
And if you can describe what you saw in 176P.
Yeah, that bothers me too, Rachel.
So this is a close-up of the duct tape around JJ's wrists. So after we remove the multiple wraps of duct tape around his arms and his wrists and his hands, there was an additional duct tape that was binding his wrists together.
Get that goofy look off.
And Doctor, if I can ask, again, without a pointer, is this the duct tape, the additional duct tape around his wrists?
Correct.
And then is this material on the side, is that the outer layer of duct tape?
That's correct.
And what is shown in 176T?
So similar to the other duct tape, we removed this duct tape. We made a single cut. We laid it out, took a photograph of it, and submitted it to law enforcement. You can see on this duct tape, there's also decomposition, staining, and some dirt and other debris on the duct tape.
And these people are in the same room as that
176U.
guy.
This is the duct tape that's been removed, again, just flipped over. So this is on the outside.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176V?
This was the disposable diaper that JJ was wearing. And you can see on the right side, it's white. And then on the left side, it's stained with decomposition fluid. And that's why it has a darker appearance to it.
Detective, can you describe what you see in States Exhibit 176X?
This is a photograph of JJ's face after everything has been removed. The duct tape, just to get a photograph of his face with everything removed.
I think even the doctor has a hard time getting through this. You can tell people
Can you
are trying.
describe what you see in 176Y?
This is a photograph of JJ's face, chest, abdomen, external genitalia, and his upper extremities. This essentially is showing the extent of the decomposition of JJ. You can see there's green discoloration in some areas, especially the face. The chest and
got
abdomen
hairs there.
show areas of green discoloration and a tan brown leathery appearance. There's also evidence of skin slippage.
This looks like it's a very
and then
shocking photo.
There's also some small white mold formation on the body as well.
Lots of people looking down.
And Doctor, skin slippage is probably self-explanatory, but just for purposes of the record and for the jury, can you explain what you mean when you say skin slippage?
So during the decomposition process, the skin starts breaking down and it starts sloughing away. So those patches on his chest and his abdomen, those are areas where the skin is starting to slip away.
And do you notice a difference on the forearms in this picture?
Yes. So you can see the forearms do look different. There's a well demarcated line that starts at about the elbow. And the reason it looks different is that's where the duct tape was wrapped around his forearms.
If you can describe what you see in 176AA.
This is a photograph of JJ's lower body,
God.
again showing the decomposition changes involving very similar to the upper body, but on the lower extremities as well, with green and tan brown skin discoloration and skin slippage.
I think several people are starting to not want to look. Like I feel like Lindsay Blake is trying to look away.
Can you describe what you see in 176BB?
Like the lawyer.
This is a photograph of JJ's back. We do this on all of our cases, just so we get good documentation and photograph of the back of the head and the neck and the back. And this is simply showing very similar decomposition changes, which predominantly in the back was diffuse green skin discoloration. There was skin slippage on the back as well and on the buttocks.
Now, right there, Chad looks like he's about to burst into
Can you
tears.
describe what you see in 176?
Am I wrong?
C.
It's like he's trying to hold it in.
This is a photograph of JJ laying face down and now looking at the lower extremities. Again, just showing the decomposition changes at the lower extremities. And you can see there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving or skin slippage of the feet.
You did that, Chad. You were a part of that.
Doctor, if you can describe what you see in 176 D.
So this is a photograph of JJ's right upper arm. And during this autopsy, I was essentially, like we talked about during the external examination, I was looking for any evidence of natural disease or any evidence of trauma that could help explain why JJ may have died. So this jumped out to me. This was a bruising on the lateral right upper arm, or at least what appeared to be bruising to my eye.
And did you do any further tests to verify that bruising?
Yes. So I briefly discussed it yesterday, but decomposition can cause areas to look like bruising. So to confirm that it was, I made multiple incisions and I looked for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue to confirm that it was true bruising. In addition to that, I did take sections of the areas and looked at it under the microscope as well, to looking for hemorrhage in the tissues.
States Exhibit 176 E.
So this is a close-up photograph of the bruise that I just described on the right upper arm.
In States Exhibit 176 FF. What was happening there?
So this is the bruising on the right upper arm, and I've made an incision, and I'm looking for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. And if you can see, I'm holding it up with the forceps to show that there is hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue.
Again, without the benefit of a pointer, is this the area you're referring to? And where that color appears to be darker, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
And so did that lead you to a conclusion as to the bruising?
That led me to believe that that was true bruising, and it wasn't just artifactual bruising or from the decomposition process.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176 GG?
So this is a photograph of JJ when he's face down, and this is a photograph of the left upper arm. And there was an area of concern for bruising on the left upper arm as well.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, I'll use my pen. Is this the area you're referring to?
Yes.
Is it just me?
What
or
did you
is
observe
there
in
duck
176
lips?
HH?
Is that duck lips?
So similar to the right arm, I made an incision into that area on the left arm looking for subcutaneous hemorrhage. You can see there is focal hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. It's located near the bottom left portion of the incision.
And did that lead you to any conclusions about, and just to be clear, is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
Did that lead you to any conclusions about the nature of those markings?
Yes, again, I believe that was true bruising.
Can you describe what you observed in 176 I?
This is a photograph of JJ's right hand. One, you can say there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving of the skin. And then also what jumped out to me, you can see the right thumb. I believe we discussed it yesterday, the right subungual hemorrhage. So you can see his right thumbnail shows diffuse bright red hemorrhage.
We spoke yesterday about type of force necessary to cause something like that, correct?
Correct.
And just because it was yesterday, if you could just briefly remind the jury of your testimony on that matter.
Yeah, so in order to get something like that, there has to be some kind of trauma or some kind of force to that area. And I think yesterday I gave the example of, you slam your finger in the door, you're going to get that subungual hemorrhage. Not saying that's what happened, but you have to have some kind of force impacting that area to get hemorrhage like that.
You can describe what you saw in 176 JJ.
This is a photograph of JJ's left lower extremity near his ankles, upper shin area. I believe I touched on it yesterday that there were some areas that looked concerning for bruising after we removed the duct tape from his ankles. So this is the area I was talking about. You can see the skin, for the most part, is light green discoloration. And then the area, there is a focal area that has a very dark appearance to it. So to the naked eye, I thought that this very well could represent bruising.
And did you do any follow-up testing on that?
Yes, I did the same thing that I did with the upper arms. I made multiple incisions.
And did you, what were your findings?
I did not see any subcutaneous hemorrhage in the tissues on either the left ankle or the right ankle.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176 LL.
So this is a photograph of JJ's neck. Specifically, it's the left side of his neck. You can see on the upper portion of the photograph is his left ear. And there is a collection of brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions, some of them with dark red hemorrhage that involve the left side of the neck and near the left angle of the jaw.
In States Exhibit 176 MM. Is that the same thing?
Yes, this is a close-up. Again, you can see the vast majority of the skin has this faint kind of green skin discoloration, and then there's a fairly large collection of linear and irregular light brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions on the neck and angle of the jaw.
Why was that of note to you?
Well, in any case, and especially a case like this, you want to simply document every injury that you find. So that's important. Also, at least in my experience, they look like scratch-like abrasions. So it's important in this case, considering there's a white plastic bag over his head. Are these scratch-like abrasions from the individual putting the plastic bag over his head?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I don't think he's speculating. He's talking about different methods by which those abrasions could occur.
It's overruled.
It could also be from JJ himself trying to get the bag off of his head. I wasn't there. I don't know. But these are the types of things that go through my head and the possibilities.
Thank you. And again, doctor, just because we had a bit of time between yesterday and today, based on your opinion, what was the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
I determined the cause to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness now be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177A through EE.
That's a sweet story, Music City Mom, Jelly Bean. Rachel, I don't have any super strong thoughts about Rob Wood on this trial. Anything super good or anything super bad. I think he's been solid, at least.
These are photographs that were taken during Ty Lee's autopsy.
And were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
yes,
And would those photographs aid you in explaining your testimony and your findings to the jury?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 177A through 177E into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense, Judge.
All right. Exhibits 177A through EE are all admitted.
And may I publish?
At this point, Mr. Wood, I'm going to have a break and we'll take about a 15 to 20-minute recess at this time. We'll come back on and then you can publish.
All right.
So they've taken a break, and which is good. You've seen more criticism this time. I think he sounds weary. You know what I think happens on the internet is that when somebody isn't a superstar, if they aren't a superstar like Camille, like Lindsay Blake, she's coming out kind of like a superstar, then they end up getting ripped to shreds. I'm sorry that I don't operate that way. To me, he sounds weary. He's been on this trial for nearly 5 years, on this case for nearly 5 years. And I literally just now at this very moment noticed, as I was kind of zooming in on the people in the court while they were reading through, that he may have gained some weight. And I'm not saying this because I am not a body shamer at all. I just noticed these things in terms of how these types of things may have affected their lives. And I have to believe that this case has stressed him the F out. F out. And I feel like this case has taken a tremendous toll on his life. So, you guys, I'm sorry. I get emotional at the weirdest times. I I feel emotional. I feel emotional thinking about what all of these people have gone through, processing this trial and going through all of those autopsy photos. So anyway, in the meantime, the Karen Reed trial is right now in progress, and I'm going to jump to it just in progress in the middle of it while the Daybell trial is on break. But Daybell trial is going to come back any moment, so we'll come back to it when they come back. So here we go.
2 minutes and 4 seconds answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Now, with respect, Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also have some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And your arm, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Cameron, I'm showing you a document, asking if you could just take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes.
And who does it state?
It's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll multi-seat and introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. then. Cameron, returning what's now been marked as Exhibit 52 to you. And Your Honor, with the court permission, I would publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Camerano, if I could direct your attention to sort of the content of this. There's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the text is from and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next bubble down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
If you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Kerry and Jen.
And this is the text that you received from
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
I can't read that from there. 5:53, does it say?
5:53 a.m., is that correct?
Oh, 5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting.
I'm texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then,
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could, scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those days?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W. Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Next message, ma'am.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming.
Next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time, ma'am?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms. Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from Ms.
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
What, Karen, are you serious?
That's a blue bubble, your response to her last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if you could put the lights back. Thank you. Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kaylee, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right? All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
So earlier, that woman, so that was Katie Camerano. Earlier, her husband, it was either, I think it was Michael Camerano on the stand, and he was getting emotional talking about John O'Keefe. They were all friends.
Ms. Holmes, with the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
And he was saying that all their kids were friends. They played baseball together.
Just nice and loud into that microphone. Thanks. Great.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name? For me?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canada with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I
it?
think about 18 years.
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And to recall anything about what you were doing, do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me? I didn't-
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him, since sixth grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your two children?
Yes, he is, I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
In eighth of, like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff,
same baseball team. Yep.
so all three of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did. He did. He moved to One Meadows.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. A lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe? I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John. Okay.
Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Miss Rose?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
That's okay. Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay. Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record now on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. For the break, we had just admitted another series of photographs marked as exhibits 177A through EE. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct at this time, you may.
Thank you, and may I publish?
You may.
Hey, hippie. So the medical examiner is back on the stand. We're back from the break. We're back on the Chad Daybell trial. This is our primary.
While you're getting ready to
program.
publish those, Mr. Wood, I will note that these are, again, not being shown on the live stream or to the public. They are being shown to the jurors and the parties. And in addition, if there are any victims entitled to view these exhibits, then the court will arrange that for a private time when those victims are able to also view the evidence if that's requested. So if there is any request through either the prosecutor's office or directly to the court, let us know and we'll arrange that.
Thank you.
This is a very heavy moment in the trial. There,
Doctor, what did
autopsy
you
photos.
observe in State's Exhibit 177A?
So as I mentioned earlier, Tylee was received in multiple bags. This is a photograph of one of the bags. It's sealed with a red body lock. And then on the outside of the bag, you can see handwritten in silver marker, 1 of 3. So this is one of the bags that was received.
What did you observe in 177B?
This is an intact seal of bag 1 of 3.
And again, what's the importance of documenting the seal?
Again, it's evidence preservation. When the bag comes, we want to know that the body lock is intact, and we want to be the ones who open up the body lock.
What did you observe in 177C?
So after we removed the body lock, we opened up the body bag, and there were a number of items within the black body bag. There were 2 additional brown paper bags that you can see here. One is unlabeled and one is labeled with burial site ?
And 177D?
So this is within the same body bag. You can see the 2 paper bags that I just described on the right side. And then on the left side within the body bag are multiple collections of soft tissue, bone, and debris, including dirt and rock.
Is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
If you can describe what you observed in 177E?
So after we've gone through all of the remains in those piles that were presented to us on the left side, we cleaned those up and we removed the mud and the dirt and the debris. And what you can see is what is left. What we found was multiple vertebral columns.
Are these those?
Yes. Loops of small bowel that are on the far left of the blue board. And then also small pieces of cartilage and bone that are on the far right of the blue board. And then off to the right, off of the blue board, you can see there's 3 distinct large pieces of bone. So one of those is the right pelvis with attached portion of the right femur. One of them is the left pelvis with attached portion of the left femur. And one of them is the sacrum.
just define for the jury what the sacrum is.
So the sacrum essentially is a bone at the just at the end of your lower back, and that's where the right and the left pelvic bones associate with. So it's part of your pelvis.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in 177F? So this is essentially bag 1 of 3. It's labeled, you can see. This is everything else that remains. After we sifted through and found the bones, this is all of the dirt and mud and rocks that remained. In 177G. So if you remember, within the black body bag, there were 2 brown body bags. One of them was burial site. So this was what was in that bag to the right. It came in a tinfoil container, and there were multiple small collections of bones and charred bones and other debris. And what did you observe in 177H? So the last photograph that you just saw, so this is after sifting through that and cleaning things up, this is what we found. So again, there were 2 charred vertebral column bones on the far left. There were, and then numerous small charred, blackened or white bones that really were unrecognizable. They were too small and they were too much fire artifact to tell what kind of bone they were. What did you observe in 177I? So this is the second black body bag that we received. You can see on the far left, it's actually labeled 2 of 3 suspected female. In 177J. Again, this is a body lock or a sill that's intact. Again, we always take photographs of this to make sure it's intact for evidence preservation. In 177K. This is just a better photograph showing how it was labeled, the 2 of 3 suspected female. Can you describe what you observed in 177M? So when we opened up the body bag, this is what we saw. One thing that stands out immediately, at least to us, was there was a green plastic material that's located centrally within the debris and the skeletal remains. Doctor, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Again, without the benefit of a laser pointer, is this where you're referring to the green? Yes. And when we were able to pull that out and clean it, it was a melted green bucket. And then the rest of what you see is a collection of human remains, including bones, soft tissue. The organs were found in this bag as well.
Good morning, Harlot.
1770, what did you observe there?
So similar to bag 1 of 3, in addition to the human remains that were in the bag, there were 2 additional bags within the body bag. One was a brown paper bag on the far left, and the other was a clear plastic bag that contained a brown paper bag with human remains in it.
Hey, Chad, what did they tell you beyond the veil that made all of this?
Doctor, what did you observe in
Okay.
177P?
Who told you to do this, Chad?
So this is a photograph of the largest portions of the skull that we found in the top. That top piece, that is the frontal bone and portion of the orbits. On the left side is a large piece of skull bone. Obviously, both of them are blackened and charred and crumbly. And then the bottom is a portion of the mandible and maxilla, and you can still make out some teeth. They're partially charred, and there's blackened material partially covering them.
Are you aware if any attempts were made during the autopsy to identify these remains through teeth and dental?
Yes, we had a forensic odontologist come to our office on the day of the autopsy to try and identify Tylee via dental comparison of antemortem records that we requested, and the postmortem dental x-rays.
Was that conclusive?
Yes, the forensic odontologist was able to make a positive identification based on dental x-rays.
Hello, banana.
Detective, can you identify what you saw in 177Q?
So as I stated, within bag 2 of 3, that was the bag where the organs were found that were identifiable. This is a photograph of the heart, which is right in the middle, and then the 2 lungs, which are on the right and left side. It's difficult to identify them. This isn't what heart and lungs typically look like. They're obviously charred. Portions of them are burned away and significantly shrunken as well.
Just for the clarification of the jury, again, without a laser pointer, are these areas the lungs?
Correct.
And this portion is the heart, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall about the size that was when you received it?
They were very small. My best estimate would be they're probably a quarter of the size that they typically are.
And if you can identify what you observed in 177S?
So in all cases, even if the organs are charred and shrunken, and we still examine them. So these are essentially sections that I've taken of the heart and lungs. They've been laid out.
If you can identify what you observed in 177T?
So as I mentioned earlier, heart and both lungs were found, and we also found 1 kidney. So this is one of the kidneys, and you can see it's blackened and charred, and some of it has been burned away.
You can explain for the jury what was happening during 177V.
So in bag 2 of 3, if you remember, there was that large collection of human remains. So after we clean them off and clean off the dirt and all the other debris, this is what we found. So in bag number 2, I already stated a lot of the bones that we found, but in bag number 2, we found most of the skull bones, most of the vertebral column, the sternum, portions of ribs. We also found the clavicles, as well as multiple long bones from the upper and lower extremities and some foot bones as well. Now, again, these were not intact, pretty looking bones. They were partially burned away. They were crumbly. They were blackened. But this is what we essentially found after we cleaned everything up.
And if you can describe what you saw on 177X.
Yes, so this is within bag number 2. This is one of the additional brown paper bags found within the body bag. And you can see there's multiple charred small pieces of bone. Some of them appear to be foot bones, and some of them are unidentifiable.
You can identify when what you observe in 177Z.
So this was bag 3 of 3 that we received in a brown paper bag, as labeled remains of suspected female.
And 177AA.
So within that large paper bag, there are 5 additional smaller brown paper bags that were sealed and labeled. Each of these smaller brown paper bags contained small fragments of charred bone.
And 177BB.
So again, this is one of the 5 additional brown paper bags that contained multiple fragments of small charred bone.
And are you able to tell, and it might be a little blurry through the ammo, what that bag is labeled?
It's labeled fire pit -B north. I can't make out the end of that. And then date 06/09/2020.
And just again, what were the contents of that bag?
They were multiple small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
What did you observe in 177CC?
So this is the 3rd brown paper bag that was received within the larger paper bag. Again, it was sealed with tape and it was labeled. And the contents of this were, again, small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
And 177DD.
This is the 4th bag that was received within the larger bag. Again, it's taped and labeled, and the contents of this also consisted of multiple small charred, crumbly bone.
And lastly, 177EE.
And this is the fifth bag that was received within the larger brown paper bag, also taped and labeled and also containing, I believe, soft tissue and charred crumbly bone.
Doctor, upon completion of your autopsy of Tylee Ryan, what did you do or did your lab do with her remains?
So after we collected and cleaned the bony remains, we sent all of the bones
Yes.
to the FBI for a detailed forensic anthropology report. We had them analyze it and produce a report.
All right. And did you review that report?
I did.
Okay. And did that report take any part in your findings or decision regarding Tylee Ryan's cause of death?
I think every information, I took into account. The report on this came back as they noted, and we noted also before, that there were sharp force markings on the bones, but they really detailed and took photographs of sharp force markings that were found on the sacrum and also on the right and left pelvic bone. So yes, it did play a role in, I did not sign out the case or come to my conclusion until I had all the information back.
Okay. And you did already answer this question yesterday, but because of the time, I would just ask you again, based on your autopsy and your training and education, what was your opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
Thank you. And just for purposes of clarity, can you remind the jury the criteria for a homicide by unspecified means?
Yes. So as we talked about yesterday, there's guidelines and criteria to go over briefly, just to remind you. One, it has to be objectively suspicious findings. So some of the examples they give is that the body is hidden out of plain view, say in a trunk of a car or in the forest and covered by branches or buried in the ground. Another example is that evidence was attempted or evidence was concealed, right? So they were lit on fire, they were dismembered, bleach was poured on them, something of that nature. So for criteria number one, this case clearly falls into that, fitting both of those criteria. For number two, it's the autopsy doesn't show an obvious cause of death or a better explanation for the cause of death. And the two examples they give there is, one, you have an intact body, you're able to examine it, look at all the organs, and you can't come up with the cause of death. The other example is that there's not enough of the body there for you to determine what the cause of death is. So Tylee would fit under that category. The third criteria is toxicology. That toxicology cannot explain why the decedent is dead. In this case, there was nothing in Tylee's toxicology where I felt I could explain her death. And then the fourth criteria is more based on history and some of the circumstances surrounding the death, the medical records. And we went over Tylee's medical records yesterday, and I didn't think there was a good explanation why otherwise young, healthy teenager would be dead. So those are the guidelines and the criteria I used to come to my conclusion.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions.
All right, before you step away from the podium there, Mr. Wood, I do just want to note on the record the exhibits that were admitted, we referenced them as 176A through MM and 177A through EE. And I will note, there are certain portions that are not included in, I guess what I'm saying is there are some missing letters within the sub exhibits in what I'm seeing with my courtesy copies.
Your Honor, we initially had more pictures and then limited what we were going to show to the jury based on what needed to be shown to explain the testimony.
Okay, so this might be tedious for a moment, but in order to keep the record clear, I'd like to go just read in individually those and make sure they track with the state's actual exhibits, so that we do have the record of what was admitted on those. So starting with 176. We've got A, 176B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R,
Makes y'all want to break
S,
into the alphabet
U,
song, right? Q R S
B,
T U V W X Y
X,
Z.
Y,
Now I know my
and we've got
ABCs.
176B, B, C, C, D, D, E, E, F, F, G, G,
That's not a letter. G G E E B B.
H, H, I, I, J, J, L, L,
JJ.
and M, M.
Your Honor, is that the court's courtesy copy or the exhibit copy?
That's the court's courtesy copy.
Okay. Did the court have 176 AA?
We do have AA. I may have misread that. So AA is also in there.
And it sounded like there was one missing, BB.
Those are very justifiable feelings. Justified feelings, Rachel.
BB is there also.
Okay.
On 177,
How adorable, Music City Mom.
maybe it'd be easier to just say I had A through EE, and the ones I saw were not included. If you went alphabetically, would be there was no L, R, U, W, or Y.
So I've been thinking about a different direction to go on my other channel because I'm
N,
really sick of covering tragedy pimps. I'm sick of watching their
and
content.
also no N.
And I'm thinking about focusing on
That tracks with the copy I have, Your Honor. And again, there were some photographs that we deemed unnecessary to put on it, but they'd already been marked.
crimes that involve
I
kids.
just wanted to clarify so that neither the jurors nor somebody looking at the record was wondering where those were. They were not included or admitted. So thanks for addressing that. That will conclude then the direct examination of Dr. Warren. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can go to the podium and conduct cross-examination.
So there is a cross-examination. What could you possibly cross-examine, Pryor? What could you possibly cross-examine?
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning.
As part of your review of the anthropology report, did you note that there were some canine bites of any time on any parts of the remains of Tylee?
I did not notice that on my examination. but I'd probably leave that up to the anthropologist.
Now, you talked previously about bruising and that you do a cut to determine whether or not it was actual bruise or not an actual bruise. But isn't it true there's really no way to determine on any bruise when the bruise occurred, is there?
It's difficult to get exact timing on a bruise. That is true. They've even done studies where they've looked at it under the microscope and try to, really pinpoint the time frame. And it is difficult. Some of the things you can look at are color of the bruise. So typically a fresh bruise is going to be blue, red, purple. As it gets older, it's going to turn brown, green, yellow. And then under the microscope, it usually takes several minutes for inflammation to come in. So if you take a section under the microscope and there's no inflammation, you can presumably say that it was fairly recent before the death. But yes, it is difficult to time bruises and abrasions postmortem.
So if some time had passed, and let's even say that some time had passed, and it was a situation where there was embalming fluid put in the body, and a significant amount of time had passed on bruising, would it be fair to say that at that point there'd be no way to determine what kind of bruising or how to date those bruisings?
Again, as I stated before, it's difficult to get an exact time of a bruise. You can give a time frame. I mean, there's definitely a difference between a fresh bruise and a bruise that's a week old, right? By the look at it under the microscope. In this particular case, on the arms, I took sections of the bruising and looked under the microscope. And what I saw was hemorrhage and no inflammation.
Okay.
So
So
to me, what that means is that it was, probably right around, close to around the time that JJ passed away, because you do need some time for inflammation to come in. But I did not see that on JJ.
okay.
And Dr. Warren, would you maybe just pull that microphone down about 2 or 3 inches downwards? If it's more under your mouth, I think it picks it up better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
But again, in general, when you're talking about bruising, one of the immediate ways to determine the age of a bruise is that if, let's say, a bruise was brown or brownish greenish, that would seem to suggest, at least generally, that was an older bruise. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And even if you dug into that bruise and you saw that there was hemorrhaging, that doesn't necessarily give you the ability to determine when that bruise was placed on the body or occurred. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say it's difficult to determine the exact time of the bruise. It's more of a range.
Now you spoke about examining Tylee's medical records, and you were able to determine that she was a healthy young girl at the time that this occurred. And she was approximately how tall? Do you recall?
Well, I was unable to get a height at my examination because of the condition of the body.
But in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain that information?
I don't remember off the top of my head how tall Tylee was.
Okay. Okay. Now, your examination cannot make a determination as to when the remains were put in the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And even in spite of the anthropologist report and your examination, the fragments that you found in the fire pit, you can't make a determination as to whether or not those were animal or human fragments in the fire pit. Is that right?
I'm not a forensic anthropologist, so
Okay.
I can't. I would not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay.
But that's the whole reason why I sent it to a specialist, a forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So I think that's a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
And we should rely on a forensic anthropologist to make that determination. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Along with potential DNA evidence?
I think DNA specialists
Okay.
should make determination on DNA.
Have you, do you have a recollection of when the date of these two autopsies took place? Specific date?
Yes. So June 11th, 2020.
And the one you said took over a week, so that would have extended on through the 17th or 18th?
That's correct.
There is a term called heavy lungs. Do you recognize that term?
Heavy lungs is sometimes a term used when there's pulmonary edema. So pulmonary edema is when there's an excess amount of fluid in the lungs. You can get pulmonary edema for a wide variety of reasons. For instance, you can get it in congestive heart failure. Your heart isn't pumping as well as it should. Everything kind of backs up, fluid leaks into the lungs. You get heavy lungs, you get pulmonary edema.
Okay. And as a matter of record, you can get that pulmonary edema from the heart not operating properly. And for all practical purposes, the heart could look perfectly normal. Isn't that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There was no testimony earlier about heavy lungs. This is beyond the scope of Dr. Warren's testimony.
Sustained.
Good job, Rob.
Would you agree with me that the remains that were presented to you were significantly smaller than the remains of Tylee had she been alive at that time?
Again, I think that's probably a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I can say that we received Tylee and she was dismembered in multiple parts. So obviously, yes, it's going to be shorter than if she was intact, but what that means, or I'm not sure. I think I'd rather leave that question to a forensic anthropologist.
And from your examination, the vital organs were significantly smaller than what they would have been of a normal breathing human being, correct?
That's correct. That's very common in fire-related deaths, and the organs get charred. They shrink. They shrink and they lose weight.
Okay. Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good. Sit down in shame. I think at this point, Pryor knows he's lost this trial. Do you agree?
Any redirect from the state?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, you were asked about the dating of bruises.
Yes.
Can bruising be considered a form of trauma?
Yes.
And in a situation in which you viewed the remains of J.J. Vallow, would you be surprised to find bruising on that body?
His whole vibe is a giving up quality. Which is
I think
fine.
any bruising or any injuries in a case like this is very significant.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude then testimony of Dr. Warren. We'll make sure the exhibits are given to the clerk here. And is Dr. Warren going to be recalled, do you think, at any point by the state?
Your Honor, it's not likely. I guess it's possible in rebuttal, but so I guess the state would just keep them under subpoena for the time being.
Okay, so Dr. Warren, since you're under subpoena, there's an exclusionary order prohibiting you from viewing testimony. This case is available to see streamed live or here in the courtroom, so please don't do anything to view any testimony in case you are recalled or until you are advised you've been released from any subpoena in the court.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead and step down.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe there are certain portions of testimony Dr. Warren would be allowed to watch if they were presented.
Okay,
Judge, could
And
we,
and we
approach-
can clear that up later.
yeah, that's,
could we have a sidebar on this?
yeah, and I'll just, before we have sidebar, point out that's a proper argument Mr. Woods brought up, that the exclusionary order does not necessarily apply at times in certain aspects to what are considered expert witnesses. So you can go ahead and step down. We'll have a sidebar and then you can call the next witness, the state, and who will the next witness be?
Your Honor, the state needed just a moment with regards to the next witness as well and was actually going to ask for a sidebar.
Okay, let's have that sidebar.
Oh boy, sidebar. This is this appears to be a major sidebar. We got a heavy kind of a sidebar.
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar?
There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
So
me.
you do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
Okay, then you're.
There's no jury. There's no jury. Okay. I want to give y'all my take on Pryor. Okay? Here's my take on Pryor. I think Pryor thought that this case was going to put his name on the map. That he probably knew that this case, was very high risk. I haven't either, Stacy. I haven't looked for a really long time. I don't care. So, anyway, I think he knew that this was a very, very high risk, right? But he decided he was going to go all in because he thought he was going to make a name for himself. And the further he got in, the more committed, the more invested, the more he fought and fought, the more he got to know Chad, the more he got invested in the case, the more he decided he was all in. And he actually thought that even if he loses the case, he's still going to make a name for himself. He was going to become a highly sought after, requested defense attorney. And who knows? I mean, maybe after this, people will still think that he may get a low level amount of incoming after this, but not the kind of, like Rachel is saying, not the Jose Baez moment that he was looking for with Casey Anthony. He's not getting his mistrial. And who knows? Maybe Chad really worked him up. Maybe Chad really led him to believe that he's some sort of godlike second coming of, Moses or something, or Abraham, or, gave him some sort of biblical standing, right? Because even if Chad is quote unquote humble and quiet, he does love bomb people. There is such a thing. There is such a thing as covert narcissism. And, I can't diagnose people, right? I'm not qualified to do that. But covert narcissism is just narcissism turned inside, where it's really hard to see it looks very humble and quiet and non-braggadocious, right? But the person with covert narcissism believes just as much as the person with grandiose narcissism that they are better than everybody else. Chad clearly has always believed that he's better than everybody else. He's above everybody else. He deserves more than everybody else. He believes that he sees more than everybody else. Yes, and and Pryor has a past of obviously being a what I call a control assist. Thank you for picking up my word, Sparkles. So, you know, Chad was probably pretty easily able to manipulate his own lawyer. And Harlot, you know, he was probably being paid in the beginning, but now he's only being paid by owning Chad's house. As Chopper likes to put it, Chad's ugly house, which is worth something like, I don't know, 400K, something like that, which to me was shocking to find out how much that house was valued at. And I guess it's because of all the property around it, but I was kind of shocked to see what it was valued at, especially considering there were 2 children buried in its backyard and a woman was murdered there. But that's beside the point. So I just see Pryor as one of these people, you know, who, you know, and he's obviously kind of at the tail end of his career. You know, I don't think he's getting any younger. You know, I'm not saying he's, you know, he's at the end, like he's at, but he probably thought he was going to retire on this, or at least get one last like breath into his career, where he would get kind of a resurgence of business that would carry him into his retirement. And I don't think it's working out for him. And I think we're seeing some of that playing out on his face as we, you know, move into the kind of second half of this trial. I have to believe we're moving into the second half of this trial, because we're now past the autopsy photos phase, right? We're at the point where the kids have been found. Now they need to go on to the pursuit of Chad and Lori.
All right, we had a sidebar. There's an exhibit that the state's going to be proposing with the next witness, and the exhibit is in electronic format, and counsel for defense does need an opportunity to review the exhibit because apparently it's had some modifications since it was first reviewed by defense counsel. Because of the nature of the exhibit, what we discussed, just the most simple way to take care of that is we are going to have another break at this time to clear the courtroom so that defense counsel can review the exhibit in preparation for its being proffered. And so we'll take a break to take up this evidentiary issue, and then we'll come back on with the calling of the next witness.
All right.
Okay. So since they are doing that, let's see what's going on in the Karen Reed trial.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay.
Appears to be another friend, maybe, on the stand.
Thank you.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Reyes, just one last question. with regard to some of the people that I had asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination is better usually anyway.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can
Oh.
answer. You can answer.
So you can't.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and
Okay.
I'd say 3, or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when you've been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Giannetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Treyes, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2. And jurors, let's take lunch.
Okay.
Whereas if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking a
All right, everybody's taking a break. 1 moment, please. One moment, please. Okay, this is the the treadmill murder trial. We're just watching other live trials while Daybell is on break, checking out what's going on
So I could say something
around
like
the
this.
trial
Due
tubes.
to the challenging scheduling issues, the number of witnesses and their schedules, but also in the interest of proceeding forward as expeditiously as judicially possible, the defense will call witnesses out of order before the state has rested its case. Counsel has agreed to this, and as I have control over the order and manner of questioning witnesses, I have approved it. Then I'll tell them the schedule, or perhaps even before I tell them the schedule, I was going to say, as I previously instructed you, the burden of proof always remains upon the state to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
That guy's face is just
Fine, Judge. It is what it is.
All right. Jury out. Anything else before we come out? 12:32 p.m.
Jury out.
every single. That is a very noisy court. So what this judge just announced is that they're going to be calling defense witnesses in the middle of the state's case in chief because of witness availability and scheduling. So it sounds like they're about to call some defense witnesses right now. I know this guy, man, someone, I don't know who it was yesterday who said this guy has like roid rage on his
Right, ladies and
face.
gentlemen, as I indicated to you, we had some challenges with respect to witnesses. So we've agreed that due to the challenging scheduling issues, the number of witnesses and their schedules, and also in the interest of trying to proceed as expeditiously as judicially possible, that the defense will be calling certain witnesses out of order before the state actually rests its case. The attorneys have agreed to this amongst themselves, and as the judge under our rules of evidence, I have the ability to control the order of the witnesses testifying. So I've authorized it, and there's times in the past I've done it as well, because say a witness was leaving for vacation tomorrow, so we fit them in today, for instance, before they left, even though it was out of order. Well, in this case, the state has to wait for an additional witness who won't be available for several days. I'm going to tell you the schedule in a moment, but as I previously instructed you, the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt always rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. So our challenges are a couple of things. We don't have witnesses available on either side until next week, likely the middle of next week. Counsel had previously indicated that there was a family medical issue on the 14th that prevented everyone from being here. So what I'm proposing is then we basically have a week from today till next Wednesday. It was longer than I wanted to go, but again, I'm going to give you the instructions about not being influenced by any outside sources. So the plan would be April 15 and 16 of next week. And then the following week, not Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Then we're coming up towards Memorial Day weekend. That's likely going to be near the end of the case, but probably the following week, right after Labor Day, would be, that's our estimation, when we can have closing statements and my final instructions to you. So that means you get the case for consideration beginning right after Memorial Day. That would still be a week earlier than I told you the outside. So even if took you all week to decide the case. That would be a week earlier than the outside date I gave you of June 7th. So regrettably, we just have some off days that we didn't expect. But as you can see, we have one witness from New Hampshire, we have other people traveling far, plus obviously physicians have commitments which are difficult to break. So we appreciate your understanding in that regard. What I wanted to do was be able to give you a sheet of paper with those dates, because I imagine you need to explain to your employers and things like that why you're showing up one day and not another, why you have breaks like this. So counsel, did you see that? You agree to that? No problems with that? If you do have any issues come up before we come back, for instance, that you're something that you shouldn't be bringing to my attention right away, you can contact the jury management and they'll advise me, and we'll determine if there's a way to get all of us either on a video or a telephone call or something like that to discuss that with you. So this is not unusual. Things come up. You have a trial right before Thanksgiving where you end up having a break till after Thanksgiving or before other holidays or things like that. So here it's a combination of all the factors I've just given you. But it's very important now that you remain strong about following your oath and not being influenced. So, for instance, if you start telling your employer these days you're going to be in, they may start guessing what case you're on. So I would ask that perhaps you share that with somebody who's your direct supervisor that is going to.
Wow. Okay. So what's going on here is that in this trial, they're basically going to take they're taking all kinds of time off because of scheduling issues, which puts the victims, the jury, and all kinds of people in a lot of limbo and a lot of inconvenience. So who knows what happened there with the scheduling issues. Wow. So I think what I'm going to do then is go back to listen to. That's weird. What did they do here? So I'm going to go back to listen to one of the witnesses in the Karen Reed trial while we're waiting for Daybell to come back. And this is his friend.
It's most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children.
This is the husband
How many
of
children did
the woman we saw earlier.
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
Niece Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what if any sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
Of that document, if you could just look at that briefly in a couple of minutes.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than
Well, I'm sorry, before I do that, Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit the full, essentially, elected exhibit. Participants in a text communication or conversation. On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, sir, just. And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Already have to keep. Your wife, names. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this to the jury as well?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you. Read my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I believe it's 48.
You're right,
Yes.
Rachel.
What's up on the screen? Is that
Brain
what you have?
Brocco.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page for you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife.
From within.
Oh no, I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
In the from, is that your understanding?
Yes, correct. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down. And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah.
Please.
All right, they're back. Rachel, I was trying to figure out who that judge sounded like. I was like, where have I heard that voice before? And I think you're right. I think you're I think you're right. Definitely, it's Lorraine Bracco in one of her characters, but also I was just looking for a clip. It's going to be kind of hard to find a clip that doesn't get heavily copyright stricken. Sometimes,
Thank you. Please be seated.
like I played a clip from Billions the other, about a week and a half ago or something, and it blocked the entire.
Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state's getting prepared to call its next witness. Because I will likely forget to mention this before we call the witness, just a scheduling matter. I'd like to advise the court, everyone here and the jurors as well. Tomorrow, there are some courthouse renovations taking place that are probably going to be pretty distracting when that happens.
Oh boy.
We've had a request to stop trial tomorrow at 2:00. So we'll talk about a schedule possibly with a shorter lunch tomorrow going through, but we'll need to conclude by 2 tomorrow. So that will be the schedule. And then we'll have likely another just normal day on Friday. So apologies for doing that at a strange time. And again, I don't think I'll remember to do that otherwise.
Early day tomorrow.
At this time, the state, I believe, Ms. Blake, you're going to be directing the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your witness, please.
The state will call Detective Werther.
Detective Werther. Chad's body language is different right now, and not, I don't know. Is it different to you? It's different to me. It's kind of like, all right, I'm just going to crouch down into myself.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I hope he's feeling some sort of something.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chopper, that kind of.
All right, I'll note Detective Werther's now been placed under oath. I do have a couple of questions before we commence. Detective Werther, have you listened in on online or in person here any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I have not.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided in this trial?
I spoke to Detective Duncan. I'm aware that he did testify, but we didn't discuss the content of his testimony.
Okay. All right. Ms. Blake, then you may proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Ariel Werther. Ariel spelled A-R-I-E-L. Werther spelled W-E-R-T-H-E-R. My badge number is 649, and I work for the Chandler Police Department.
What is your current title or position within the Chandler Police Department?
The title is detective. I'm assigned to the robbery homicide unit of the Chandler Police Department.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer in general?
Yes, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy 2011. Prior to that, I worked as a dispatcher for the department for 3 years. And then since that time, I've engaged in ongoing training as required by AZ Post, which is the outfit that determines if a person is and can remain a sworn law enforcement officer in Arizona. I've also sought additional specialized training for the various units that I've worked in, including training relevant to what I'm testifying here today.
And you just talked about some of them, but have you held various assignments or positions within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. So initially, I began, as I mentioned, as a police dispatcher with a civilian position, answering 911, dispatching police officers, things like that. That was in 2008. In 2011, I transitioned and became a sworn law enforcement officer, went to the academy. I worked on patrol for a total of 5 years. During 2 of those years, I was a field training officer, which would be a person who trains new officers in the job in the field. And then I transitioned to working as a detective for the Special Victims Unit, investigating primarily sex crimes and family violence cases. And then that was in 2016. In 2020, I transitioned to working for the Robbery Homicide Unit, and I've been there since.
And then you referenced some training regarding what you're testifying to today. Can you tell me a little bit about what that training was or is?
I've attended multiple training events regarding the interpretation of cell phone records specifically, including 2 40-hour courses, one of which I attended earlier this year. And that provides training and guidance and practical experience, including projects that one works on in the class, in order to properly interpret data received from cell phone service providers. And then I've also had training on interpreting data extracted from mobile devices.
So focusing on that training with the cell phones, can you explain how a cell phone communicates with cell towers?
A mobile device on a cellular network would typically be serviced by a particular provider. That provider has a network of base stations or cell towers. We've all seen them as we move throughout the city and other places. Those have radio frequency antenna mounted to them that angle in particular directions and broadcast and receive signals that keep your mobile device communicating with the network. And typically, if you are moving about, it may be the case that your device may begin connected to a particular cell tower, but then do what's known as a handoff and transition to a different cellular tower on the same network in order to provide what feels to us like an uninterrupted experience as it moves from one tower to the next.
And do you use call detail records to get information about a cell phone as well?
We do.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is a generic term for the records maintained by your cellular service provider that they maintain for their own purposes, for business purposes, and that log things such as when a particular mobile device connected to a tower, for what purpose. If it's a voice call, typically it'll say, the length of that call. And if it's text message, it'll typically tell you things such as whether that's an incoming or an outgoing text message and what other phone numbers were involved in that communication.
How does law enforcement obtain call detail records?
Typically via a search warrant based upon probable cause and authorized by a judge, which is then served to the cellular service provider, and then they will produce the records ordered by that judge.
Were you working in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Did you end up responding out to a call regarding a shooting?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator at that time?
I was not.
What were your responsibilities? Well, let me back up. Did you learn who the victim of that shooting was?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
Were you assigned certain roles or responsibilities on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
What were those?
They were minimal at that time. As I mentioned before, I joined the robbery homicide team in 2020. So I was not on the team at this point. And as this was a fatal shooting investigation, that's the team that would respond out. I was at that time still in Special Victims Unit, but I had made no secret of the fact that I intended to test for the robbery homicide team in the near future. So as a matter of succession planning, I was invited to come out on various incidents that would be good training opportunities for me to see how the investigation was conducted. All of that is to say that much of my time at the scene was actually observing and not actually directly handling any particular responsibility.
At some point, were you given cell phone location data to review and analyze?
I was,
Do you know whose cell phone data that was?
yes.
And whose was it?
That was data extracted from a device belonging to Charles Vallow.
As part of your role in the investigation, did you review phone or call detail records in relation to other phones?
I did,
Do you recall the various providers that you looked at records from?
yes.
And who were those?
Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T.
Do the records from all of the providers look the same?
They do not.
And can you explain a little bit about how they differ?
Each provider has their own, because again, these are maintained for their business records. They're not, law enforcement doesn't instruct them what data they have to keep. We can merely access the data that they do have. So each company has a different approach to how they maintain their data for their own purposes. Some are in spreadsheets, some are in text documents, some are multiple spreadsheets, some are much more consolidated. We take the data as they have it and analyze what they give us.
And in this case, were you the officer that drafted any of the search warrants for these call records?
No,
Did somebody else draft the search warrants?
that's right.
And then you were provided the data, the responsive data to analyze?
That's correct.
And did that include analyzing GPS?
It did include analyzing GPS location data, which was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
Is it fair to call the call detail records raw data?
Yes,
And do you use a program to analyze that data once you have it?
yes. The Chandler Police Department has access to a program called Trax, formerly under a company called ZX, but they've transitioned to a company called LexisNexis. But the tool is a data analysis tool that we're able to use to analyze raw records that we are given by the companies.
And can you explain a little bit about how that program interprets the data to get a location of a cell phone?
Yes, you were, as mentioned previously, your device connects to various towers as you use voice, data, text, whatever you may be using. And we request and obtain from the providers locations of the towers and details about the tower. Typically, a tower is going to have multiple sectors. So while you have one tower, ordinarily that tower has antenna facing in sectors divided up to provide 360-degree coverage. The data they provide indicates the azimuth, which is a fancy term for the 360-degree angle if you were looking down on the tower from above, that particular sector is facing, and then they provide the GPS location of where that tower is located in the world. And the call detail records will typically indicate when a particular communication event took place, which tower it connected to, and which sector. Using that data, then one can get a general coverage area for where the device was most likely to have been at that time.
And when you talk about this program Trax, I think you also mentioned ZX. Is that what it used to be?
Yes, that was the company that initially developed it, I believe.
Is that program only available to law enforcement?
No, it's my understanding that it's available to paying customers who want to use it for various purposes. I'm familiar with instances where it's been used by defense and people doing private analysis.
In your experience, do cell phone companies use technology that looks for the best signal?
Typically. So as I mentioned before, you may start a call in one place and you either may move or you may not for one reason or another. During the course of that call, your device could switch to a different tower because the signal's better. Environmental conditions can impact signal strength, line of sight, obstructions in the environment, and then again, when we move and our devices move with us.
And to be clear, when we talk about the location of a device, that's the cell phone itself, not necessarily the person it's associated with. Is that correct?
Correct. Call detail records can tell you information about where a device most likely was at a given moment. The question of who's holding the device is something that must be examined or determined from context or other means.
And we've talked about in this particular case, you were given some phone records to review.
Yes,
Do you recall what you looked at in this case?
I do.
And what was that?
So there were records of 4 different phone numbers, again, between Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, that were attributed to various people involved in this investigation. Again, I did not write the warrants to obtain that data. I was just given the data after it had been obtained.
When you're provided phone records, what are you looking for?
So typically, what I want to determine if there are claims that have been made in this investigation or are relevant to the investigation that could possibly be tested by the data set that I've been given. There are certain questions that your cell phone data set might be able to answer and certain questions that they cannot. So if, for example, someone said that in a room with just the 2 of you there, you said a particular thing, I'm unlikely to find an answer to that in your cell phone data records. It's not likely to be there. But as far as analyzing when and where people tended to be, or if they were in fact communicating without necessarily knowing what they communicated about, those are things that one can evaluate. So you look at the records and try to determine by looking at them if there are reasonable conclusions that can be reached from what's in that data set that would be relevant to your case.
And in this case, did you prepare an exhibit of the information you reviewed?
I did.
And was the information you reviewed extensive?
Yes,
Do you feel that the exhibit would aid you in your testimony today?
it would.
Do you feel it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence you're going to talk about?
I do believe it would.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. However, I had talked with counsel in the court before. I have it plugged into my laptop ready to play. It does take a minute to upload. Counsel has been provided a copy. I would ask to publish at least the first slide of it for identification purposes.
Okay. If there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and permit you to publish that first slide. And I'll note also, we did provide time for defense counsel to review this on the break. So you can do that, Ms. Blake.
And I will indicate there should be a mouse up on the stand for the detective to use as we get further.
I think also we would have the option here to just put that on the witnesses monitor and not publish to the jurors. Is that preference yours?
For identification purposes, the first slide does not contain much information. It does contain some phone numbers, however, that were analyzed.
Okay, well, we can just go ahead and publish that on the big screen then also. And I don't think that would be a problem if the jurors viewed that.
And Detective Werther, do you recognize the slide we're seeing on the screen?
I do.
Was this in fact prepared by you?
It was.
And did you and I meet yesterday to review the exhibit as well?
Yes.
And was it an accurate copy of what you created?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 43.
Any objection?
There's no objection, Judge.
Oh, very well. Exhibit 43 is entered, and as it's an electronic type exhibit, Ms. Blake, if you could just describe a little bit for the record what the exhibit is.
Yes, Your Honor. The exhibit is a PowerPoint. I believe it contains approximately 128 slides. I know it's 120 something slides, as well as a few embedded things as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective Werther, on this first slide, do you see some phone numbers listed?
I do.
And you previously mentioned that you looked at 4 call detail records for 4 numbers.
That's right.
Are those the 4 numbers that you looked at detail records for?
Those are the 4 numbers. And then that last item mentions Charles Vallow's phone extraction. That's because, as I mentioned before, that's data taken directly from the device, not from a cell phone service provider.
And as we start moving through this, what are we seeing? Actually, let me back up. What records were you given? Are those what were depicted on the first slide?
Yes, and the slides that follow will show them again as well.
What are we seeing on this first slide?
This is just to orient the viewer or the reader that my analysis pertains to Chandler Police Department's investigation numbered 2019-83744, a shooting investigation in the city of Chandler in Arizona that occurred on July 11th, 2019. This is a CAD call. CAD call is a computer-aided dispatch call, which is what's sent to the officers to notify them they need to go to a place for a particular reason. And it shows the time that the call to 911 was received was 8:36. And a dispatcher or a call taker entered the initial comments here, RP shot brother-in-law. This call was made by Alex Cox.
And what would RP stand for?
Reporting party.
And if we move to the next slide. And on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This represents the records that I was given and that I used in this analysis for a particular phone number, that phone number being 808-755-5452, which is a Verizon number. And when it was given to me, it was attributed to being a phone used by Lori Vallow.
And if we move forward. And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is the same sort of breakdown, and I should have mentioned each of those line items that one reads on these slides. Those are the titles of the documents I was given pertaining to the particular record. So this is a T-Mobile phone number, 480-692-9562, also attributed to Lori Vallow.
So this is a second device attributed to Lori Vallow that you looked at.
Correct. And one thing I noticed, and I've noted it here when I received these records, no logs of text messages were received, received by me. Ordinarily, your call detail records include not only the voice calls that you make and receive or that your device makes and receives, but also any text messages sent. For whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, I did not receive text message logs pertaining to this number.
And then if we move forward, what are we seeing on this slide?
This tells you of the records from Verizon for number 480-351-9120, attributed to Alex Cox, and again, a listing of the documents that I received for this analysis.
And then if we move forward from there, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a listing of AT&T documents pertaining to number 515-402-0143. And when I was provided these records, I was told that they were attributed to Chad Daybell.
And when you looked at these particular records, did you notice who it appeared that the phone attributed to Chad Daybell had been in contact with?
I did notice various communications between this and primarily one other number on the day in question.
And what other number was that?
The primary number was one of the two numbers attributed to Ms. Lori Vallow. It's shown throughout the slides as to which of those two particular numbers it was.
And when you talk about on the day in question, what specific day did you look at these call details for?
I mostly limited my analysis to the day of the shooting in Chandler, as that was my task to analyze what these records could tell us about that particular event. So that previously mentioned July 11th of 2019.
And then if we move forward, you'd previously mentioned that you looked at the locations extracted from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any other data in relation to Charles' phone at that time?
No.
And can you remind us again or explain the difference between the records for Charles' phone versus those for Lori, Alex, and Chad?
Yes, so all of the four numbers that we've gone through, those are records. As I mentioned, a warrant was sent to a cell phone service provider, and then they provided in return various records related to their customer and that particular device and what it was doing during the time frame authorized. This is different in kind. This is data extracted from Mr. Vallow's mobile device. And that data, as I understand, is primarily sourced from GPS, which is a different system than when your device is communicating with a cell phone tower.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is to help orient the viewer to how this is going to be represented, this data from Charles' device. So we have the ability at the department, I'm not one of the people who does it, to extract data directly from someone's device. And then that data produced as a spreadsheet that was given to me can be mapped, GPS coordinates, same as we all use if you've ever used a mapping device on your phone to be able to get from one place to another. That sort of data is the type of data we're talking about. And in the presentation, the data from the phone extraction for Charles Vallow will be represented as points, as you see on the screen, in red. And that point represents the latitude, longitude that was extracted from the device.
And the red specifically will be in reference to Charles Vallow's phone?
Correct. I've color-coded the individuals associated with this, their devices, so that it helps the viewer to keep track of which device we're looking at a given point.
And if we move forward to slide 10, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is to help, again, orient what you're about to see. These are cell site markers. So we have Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile up on the screen. And when a cell site or a cell tower was indicated in the records as having communicated with the given device, they've been color-coded. So blue for Lori Vallow, yellow for Chad Daybell's device, and green for Alex Cox's device. And the tower will be represented by that color-coded pin.
And if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This slide again shows the various devices, and it shows the color coding of what's known as an H-plane, which I'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, but it shows that that color coding will be maintained for those as well.
And then if we move to slide 12. And I think you said you discussed the H-plane a little bit more. Can you explain what we're seeing on this slide and what the H-plane is?
H-plane is short for horizontal plane, and as I mentioned before, towers have sectors, and the records indicate a device communicated with a particular sector. So as you see, that black dot is the location of the cell site with which the device was communicating. And the line is the azimuth, or the direction that the antenna was oriented on that sector that the device communicated with. This particular shape is an estimate of how the radio frequencies that are broadcast from that particular sector would propagate. So testing that's been done in a thing called an anechoic chamber, which is basically a room, the purpose of which is to dampen sound and radio frequencies, to dampen their reflection off of objects and so forth, has allowed engineers to determine approximately the shape in which those radio frequencies are broadcast from a particular sector. Now, that would be under laboratory circumstances. The real world is not a laboratory circumstance. So this is a representation of what one would expect in a laboratory from the performance of that sector. It's important to understand this is not where you see this color-coded shaded area. This is where the device is most likely to have been for that event, but it is not a claim that the device had to be within that area or definitely was within that area. It's an estimate of a likely location.
And then if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is again to orient us to what we're going to view throughout most of the exhibit. So in producing the exhibit using Google Earth Pro with processed records that can be mapped and viewed in Google Earth Pro, there's certain features that one should be aware of. This top thing in Google Earth Pro is known as a timeline slider bar, and it allows one to move forward and back in time through the records and indicates at what point in time one's currently looking. Then this shaded area, as I mentioned before, is the estimated device location for one of the devices mapped in blue. This one is for one of the devices mapped in green. If you have multiple devices, they'll both be on the screen at the same time with their estimated locations. And then the red points there is an estimated location of the extracted GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone.
And what are we seeing on this next slide?
Just in order to reduce clutter on the screen, I've used shorthand. In this case, everyone has different initials, so that seemed a reasonable way to do it. So where you see CV, that refers to Charles Vallow. Where you see LV, that refers to Lori Vallow. CD refers to Chad Daybell, and AC refers to Alex Cox with their various color coding, again, just to reduce clutter.
And then what are we going to see on these next slides?
These next slides will start bringing us into representations of the actual analysis of these various records when they're all put together.
And, what are we seeing on this slide?
Yes, thank you. So this was, as mentioned before, I provide some of this information on July 11th, 2019, 8:36 a.m. Chandler Police received the 911 call regarding a shooting alleged to have been in self-defense at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler. Police officers responded. They contacted Alex Cox at that location and found Charles Vallow inside deceased with multiple gunshot wounds. And during the course of the investigation, Lori Vallow returned to the scene at 8:48 in the morning with her daughter, Tylee Ryan. Interviews were conducted with the various people involved, and then cell provider location data, as we've discussed, was later obtained, and the cell phone location data was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
And if we move forward, what does this slide depict?
As I mentioned before, when you have a certain amount of information about a case and then you have a data set, the question is, what can that data set possibly tell me? Does it support the claims? Does it refute the claims? Or does it tell me nothing about the claims? These are some of the things that I noted that seemed like they could be tested by looking at the data. So some of these claims include things like the particular time that Charles Vallow was said to have arrived at the South Four Peaks Drive location, the question of whether Lori Vallow was or was not present at the time of the shooting, whether she did in fact end up with his cellular phone after the shooting, which is a claim that was made, whether the children were present, and then events after the shooting. The claim had been made by Lori that she went to a nearby Burger King and that she went to a drugstore to buy flip-flops for herself and the children. She said they had to leave without shoes because of the event, and that she dropped JJ off at Lawrence Life Academy, which is a school that he attended, and then returned after doing all those things. And one other thing is she had made the claim that Alex called Lori after the shooting, and they discussed whether he would call 911 or not.
So those are all things that you felt you could try to verify or disprove in looking at the various events and timeline given?
Yes, these seem like things that cell phone estimated locations and also communication records should be able to at least give some indication of whether these things were supported or refuted by the data.
And if we move forward, were you looking to corroborate or find something that would refute some of the information provided?
Yeah, so specifically with reference to the cell phone, the call detail records from the various providers and also locations on Charles's phone, it's important not to take those things at case value and say, well, the data says that the device was there, so it absolutely had to be there, because the data has an error rate. All data has an error rate. So one of the other things we try to do when we're doing investigations is find other means of corroborating or refuting the data, because if the data are not accurate, we want to know that. And so we are looking for other things that might show. And throughout the presentation, I try to intersperse some of those things that we found.
And regarding the records you received, what is the first thing you did with the records?
The first thing that I did with the records when I received them is look through the actual raw records and see what sort of records even I had been given, and notice certain things like, again, the lack of text detail for Lori. And so I asked if that was somewhere else, and determined that for one reason or another, and I don't know why, we don't have it. So after looking through the records, I used that program we discussed previously to produce a file that can be viewed in Google Earth Pro, so that I can put all of the various data sets alongside one another in a timeline, mapped, and then move through them and see what each of the data sets indicates about what the device was likely doing during that time.
And again, was your analysis restricted to the events of July 11th of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were the records set to a specific time?
Yes, because we were investigating an incident in Arizona, they're all interpreted in Arizona. Typically, when they provide the records from the subscribers. They're going to set them to GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, also known as Zulu time sometimes. Arizona is always 7 hours behind that. So all of these records are set to GMT -7. And that includes the records for Chad Daybell, which indicate that in fact he was in Idaho at the time, which is a different time zone. But in order to be able to see them all as they actually happened, I set his records to Arizona time. Otherwise, what you would see is all the Arizona events, and then 1 hour later, you'd see an Idaho time event that in reality had happened 1 hour earlier. It would be very confusing.
And if we move forward, is this an animation you created?
Yes.
And can you explain what we're seeing here?
The purpose of this animation is to orient the viewer to the general areas that are going to be involved in this analysis. So that's the Phoenix metro area. Chandler is on the left-hand side. You'll see the map pop up again as the data loads. And then certain areas of particular interest to the case are being labeled as we watch for reference to get you a general idea of where they're all located.
And there's a residence there. It looks like a house icon.
Yes.
What does that represent?
The one on the left side of the screen, because I've used two house icons, the one on the left is 5531 South Four Peaks Place, which is the incident location of the shooting. And I should mention, although it's likely obvious, that north is the top of the screen and it will remain so throughout the animations.
And then the other residence that we see there?
That is Alex Cox's residence at, oh, that should not have done that. Alex Cox's residence at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley.
And there are some other,
Yep, Santan Valley.
and there are some other icons there. Are we going to talk more about those a little later?
We will talk about those locations as they come up.
And if we move forward,
Yes, I think we should. Oh. There we are.
and what are we seeing on this screen?
This is an estimate of the distance from the 5531 South Four Peaks Place address to a Burger King that wound up becoming an area of relevance, and the estimated distance is 1.96 miles.
And if we go to the, and is that the measurement that was depicted on that screen?
That is the measurement depicted on that screen, yes.
And on this next one, what are we seeing here?
This is an estimated distance from the Four Peaks Place address to Lawrence Life Academy, which, as I previously mentioned, is the school that JJ attended at the time. The measurement depicted on the screen is an estimate that says 7.2 miles.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing here again?
This again is that CAD call hard copy showing that the 911 call was received at 8:36.
And if we go to the next slide.
I'm not familiar with
Did
deputy-
issues of timing and what was reported as far as times cause concern early on in the investigation?
Yes, we pretty quickly noticed there's an issue of plausibility as far as the timeline. If the 911 call was received at 8:36, and if Lori returned to Four Peaks at 8:48, which is 12 minutes later, you notice you have to go about a little over a mile to go to the Burger King, and then 7 miles round trip to go to the academy. Added in the claim that there was a stop at a drugstore, we began to become concerned about a delay in calling 911, which is ordinarily concerning. Ordinarily, if a shooting event happens, 911 is normally called relatively quickly.
And I think I'd failed to ask, did Lori report that she'd stopped at that Burger King
She did.
and then that she'd taken JJ to school?
Yes, and I should clarify, I spoke to her. She told me she stopped at a Burger King. I'm not positive she specified that one.
Was that one on the way to JJ's school?
Yes, I think it's the nearest one, and it's also between the two locations.
And then she also reported stopping at a drugstore?
That's right.
And if we move forward, what do we see on this slide?
This is the first location data point among all the data sets that I had for that day. This is an indication of a GPS location from Charles Vallow's phone, and you'll see right there on the left-hand side True by Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an overlay of a receipt that was later recovered when we went to the True by Hilton that indicates that that is in fact where Mr. Vallow was staying on the date in question. So as I mentioned, we're trying to see if data appear to be accurate or not. This does appear to show him at the hotel where he was known to be staying, or his device at the hotel where he was known to be staying.
And in moving to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is a record from the 0143 number attributed to Chad Daybell, where it texts the 9562 number attributed to Lori Vallow. As I mentioned, for that 9562 number, I don't have text logs. So to the extent that I can examine those communications, it has to be viewed from the records produced regarding the 0143 number. And this here would be the estimated location of that 0143 number at the time, which is 6:06 in the morning, Arizona time.
And if we go to the next slide,
This is advancing the time to 6:12 in the morning, and this is Lori Vallow's 9562 number texting Chad Daybell 0143 number.
and this is again on July 11th of 2019.
That's right.
And if we go to the next slide,
Advancing again to 7:01 in the morning, the Chad Daybell 0143 number texts the Lori Vallow 9562 number. And these are just, again, the mapping estimates associated with each of these communication events for the 0143 number.
and moving forward, what do we see here?
This is starting back at that 0003 GPS event, and it showed the various GPS events all the way up to 0716. If you saw them popping up on the screen and then passing, it would show that they were all generally in the area of that hotel until 7:16 in the morning on the 11th.
And then if we move to the next couple slides,
So at 7:16 in the morning, the device, Charles Vallow's device location data shows it traveling from that Hilton through various streets to the area of the Four Peaks residence. And one of the things I wanted to highlight here, as I mentioned, all data has an error rate. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that Charles Vallow's phone was actually in the backyard of that neighboring house. There's just an error rate, and that's something to keep in mind when one reviews these things. But it shows it arriving in the area of the Four Peaks residence at 7:32 in the morning.
and the last communication between Chad and Lori prior to this that you noticed was about 7:01 or just after 7 in the morning.
That's right, on that device, yes.
And if we move forward, what are we going to see here?
This is going to show, again, the 0143 number, texting Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and this is at 7:33 in the morning. This is the same approximate time that the device data indicates that Charles Vallow's device arrived near Four Peaks.
And again, we don't have the content of those messages. Is that correct?
I do not have those. If someone has them, I'm not aware of it.
And this is a device associated with Chad texting a device associated with Lori.
That's right. And I'm not familiar with the area, of course, but I imagine those of you up here are more likely to recognize this area.
And if we move forward,
So until 7:50, the data from Charles Vallow's device indicates it was in the general area of the Four Peaks address. Then about 7:50, you see that it has now moved away and out towards the surface street, which is Gilbert Road. So that's approximately 18 minutes after the device arrived near Four Peaks. It is now off and in transit, and about 46 minutes prior to the time when the 911 call will occur.
And you previously indicated it was stated Lori Vallow ended up in possession of Charles' phone.
Yes, that's the claim she made, and that's also how it was later recovered by one of the detectives, was from Ms. Vallow.
And if we, actually, I'm looking at the time. Judge, would you like us to keep going?
Well, I think we ought to go ahead and take the noon recess at this time, Ms. Blake. So we'll go ahead and take lunch. Let's start back up right at 1 o'clock, please.
All right, please.
My goodness, have you seen a trial take so many breaks? Have you seen a trial take so many breaks? Well, so what they're doing here is they're just honing in on who was talking to whom when during the time that Charles Vallow was being ambushed and murdered by Alex Cox. Yes, the poor jury can eat. I'm not taking away their lunch. Oh, and yeah, after seeing all that crap that they saw this morning, the horrible autopsy photos, I hope that they're getting a lunch that isn't too spicy. You know what I mean? I hope the lunch is appropriate. I hope it's something that they'll be able to digest. But we were talking earlier about, you know, the toll that these types of trials take on people. You know, when you think about it, all the lawyers and all the law enforcement people and all the experts, the people who have been working on this case, have been working on it for about 5 years. And it has to take a toll. There is so much to it. There is so much to it. There's so many layers. There's so many people affected right now. You know, so we just got through an entire segment of testimony about Tammy Daybell. Now we're talking about, and we just got through an entire gruesome segment about how the children were found in their autopsy condition. And now we're talking about the ambush and murder of Charles Vallow. And the investigators and the lawyers and the medical experts, all these people had to be pouring through all these documents and putting together the evidence for this trial. Imagine the toll it's taking on all these people to see these kids that like this. I just don't think I could handle it. I used to think that I wanted to be a nurse or a doctor. I don't know at this point if I could handle being either one of those things. Yeah, peanut butter and jelly would probably be a really good meal. If a meal could be had. For a little bit of a comedic break, let's check out Lorraine Bracco. Because we think that the judge in the we think that the judge in the in whatchamacallit, the Karen Reed trial sounds like Lorraine Bracco. Let's see what you think.
Totally different. I'm a great parallel.
She's not like anybody I know in my family.
So you're not like this. You were not an academic. You were more of a free spirit.
Yes, and I brought them up to be free spirits, those kids, and they're coming home with all A's and, really, it's unbelievable. And on
Go
top
to your
of
room.
it,
Yeah.
and on top of it, you can't do that to a kid who does very well in
I mean, I can hear it. I can hear it. Now, the Karen Reed trial should be back on right now, but all these trials come back late. Let's see. Yeah, they're not back. They are not back. So, but we were just watching the testimony of one of his friends earlier. So I'm grappling with, what? I think what I'm going to do is, let's watch the testimony of one of his friends earlier, wait for the Karen Reed trial to come back, and then we'll go back to the Daybell trial. So this is from earlier, okay? This is from earlier. And when the Karen Reed trial comes back live, when the Karen Reed trial comes back live, I will go to that. But then when Chad Daybell comes back from lunch, we will go live to that.
If anything was going on with them on that particular day.
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. If you just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Cameron, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
Garage doors.
To sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what if any sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
Okay, I just have to talk about a little bit of a pet peeve I have. In Lolly's questioning, he uses so much mitigating language that he doesn't even know it, that he uses that mitigating language. So you hear how he always says, can you tell us sort of where your child is, sort of where your child is? And he always, as a lot of you have mentioned in the chat, he'll also say, where, if at all, where, if any, what, if any, who, if any, whatever. It's a sign of, constantly trying to leave room for being wrong, right? It's a very lawyerly stance, but also it comes across as not confident. And it introduces so many more words than necessary in all of the questioning. So and he kind of talks low, So I just wish that a prosecutor in such an important case inspired more confidence and didn't have to hedge his words so much, if you know what I mean.
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like
I
OCD.
set it up a little.
And so as far as garage doors, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up, up
So
and
there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left door.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what if any other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
What if any?
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter,
If you
how did
recall.
We went to the garage door, electric door.
and was that something? What if anything was fixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond that?
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
Is
You
that
walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could, actually, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with regard to the next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, this.
All right, so they're back from their break in the Karen Reed trial.
Do you mind if you step up and sit right down? And again, you've been previously.
They still have the bartender on the stand,
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron.
so she will undergo cross-examination now.
Good afternoon.
One of you testified that you knew John O'Keefe as a prior customer in the bar, correct?
Correct.
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
She seemed relieved that her cross-examination.
May I approach council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes, please,
That's right
thank you.
here. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, thanks. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kovokithis to the stand.
Okay.
Nicholas Kovokithis. It's interesting. It's nice to be able to see people closer up.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Nicholas Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived in?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My wife and 2 children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
And your 2 children, how old are they?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as?
27 years.
And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely?
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
Now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game, do you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity?
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games at?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game, as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game in Canton?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names, the McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team.
Yes.
And as far as that particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
1?
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, who, if anyone else went?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to Waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself in the McCabe's went to the waterfall that night?
So walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name. I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those people? Or did you know any of those people?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think, other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through the McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well?
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs., what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago, we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife join you?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side. So I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the identified witness. Yes. Thank you. Now, how did you know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea of sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, eight, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to water?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner, of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
Thank you,
And
my dear
at some
Doc.
point,
That's so kind of
you
you
left. Do you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
for the member.
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground, or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, this surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m. When it gets to 10:59, if you could do pause. Thank you. So, Mr. Kolokithis, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of the waterfall bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this?
Yes, I do.
You could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take this.
This footage has been analyzed and analyzed and analyzed by all the Karen
Thanks.
Reed
I have no further
supporters.
questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I guess they were just placing him there with this testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithis, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over at an event at
No,
his house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
What's this about? So I find it kind of interesting, think about this. So these had been friends of John O'Keefe for years. And they knew Karen too, but she hadn't been in their lives for years. But she probably thought they were friends, right? And now they're testifying for the state. They are state's witnesses. But it's not like they are saying anything incriminating really about Karen. Basically, they were just validating the footage from the bar, right? And saying Karen was there, John was there, I was there, you know, this was at the Waterfall bar, right? She looks like she's taking the fact that this guy's testifying personally.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes,
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolakithis, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6
if that,
over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, toward 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal and loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in their relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the foursome, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Other than my wife, I mean, foursome.
That's a good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could. Specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep. Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship, or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
So Another pet peeve of mine, just in general, not just in trials, but just in general, is when people expect to get an overabundance of praise for doing what they're supposed to do. Okay. So when you're in a relationship, it's normal to, plan trips. It's normal to be affectionate. It's normal if your partner has children to plan events for that child to be involved. It's not something that should be considered
Mayor, thank you.
worthy of overabundant praise.
There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night.
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kolokithis, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk it sidebar. Okay, so.
This is the clip ending in 5959, because there's several clips in
Okay.
53. You can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolokithis, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
I guess my question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are toward the top. One more time. There we go. Okay. If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Pause it. Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard for me.
squinting. Are you having difficulty
Yes,
seeing
I
this?
am having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or?
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of the head.
My eyes are not good, I can tell you that.
I don't know how anybody could do that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pause it. I ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection, but come on out.
So the questioning earlier around, you didn't see, what was their demeanor, that night? Were they arguing with each other? What was their demeanor? He was like, they were very lovey-dovey. They were very kissy-kissy. So I hope that the defense doesn't think that everyone is supposed to believe that a couple can't go from being lovey-dovey in a bar to being explosively mad at each other in a car. Anybody who's been in a relationship knows how quickly a relationship can escalate into an argument, especially under the influence of alcohol. And I'm going to assume that most people in the jury box have had at least one relationship where they got drunk and got into an explosive argument, maybe even that got physical. I hope not, but tell me
May
it's
I
that.
interrupt?
Yes.
Another question, and if you're having trouble
Have you
seeing, just let me
never
know.
been in a terrible
You see
argument
the person in the far right?
that happened
Yes, I
really
did.
quickly?
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you seem to be, or what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward? Pause. Just go keep this. Do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation? The two men, their backs facing to us.
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yeah.
Do you recall
Hey,
ever
Tiggy.
being introduced to those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which? Left and right.
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
We'll go ahead and play this.
Looks like a bunch of bros having drunk fun to me. Pretending to box. and then so drunk that they hug it out, something like that. It's too bad they don't have much control over where they put the timestamp on that video.
Mr. Kolakithis, can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize the person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip be played. Mr. Kolakithis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to runtime 1636 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Right. Your Honor, when you play 1636. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay. Pause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second. And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is for the coat.
My wife.
Hanging on the coat?
That's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way.
Thank you.
Away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this witness, Sean.
All right.
Oh, if I can have
Any,
just a moment. I'm sorry. I'm going to get that in 1636. I'm fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Kolakithis.
As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share with my wife or vice versa?
No, what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The whatever that was
Rashad.
between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Well, that was good timing because Daybell is back. So they appear to be done with that witness, Mr. Kolakithis. And I appreciated that Mr. Kolakithis wasn't trying to pull any punches. He was just saying what he saw, what he didn't see. He wasn't trying to make anything up about the relationship that he witnessed, what he saw at the bar, and he was basically just testifying to the footage from the bar because apparently that's going to factor further in the case. So back here in the Chad Daybell trial, we are continuing testimony from the law enforcement officer in Chandler, who's been talking through all of the digital evidence, the cell phone data.
All right, please.
The cell phone data at the time of Charles Vallow's murder. And he's analyzing where Chad, Lori, Alex, and Charles's phones were pinging at the time in and around.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
The place and time.
Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Detective Werther's on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And Ms. Blake, you were conducting direct if you'd like to continue. And if you're still publishing the Exhibit 43, you can do that as well.
Yeah, this should be much easier to take, Lil Red.
Thank you. And we may need to go back one screen.
Yeah, Patricia, people expect to be praised for just being adults, being good citizens of the world. That bugs me.
I think more than one. There are a few auto advances, and I think they did their thing while we were away.
And I think this is the slide we left on, correct?
Believe so.
And again, to remind the jurors, what were we seeing on this slide?
This was GPS location data extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, and this represented that at about 7:50 in the morning, the device left the area of the Four Peaks address that we've been discussing. I had mentioned that that's about 18 minutes after the device arrived and about 46 minutes before the call would be made to 911.
And I think we talked about it, but I believe Lori had indicated she had Charles' phone with her.
That is what she had claimed, yes.
And if we go to the next slide.
Okay.
What are we seeing on this slide?
This slide is representing, these are those H planes we had discussed before, indicating where a device most likely was at the time an event happened. This event is actually a call that should have stayed up. This is a call made between Alex and Lori, between Alex's device and Lori's device, rather, and shows that at 7:52, sorry, the auto advance is going to keep doing that. At 7:52, you can see the devices are communicating, and it shows the most likely location where those two devices were at that point.
So Lori and Alex's device were communicating.
Correct. That was a voice call at 7:52 between the two. Recall the claim had been made that after the shooting that Alex and Lori communicated via phone, and this is one of a few instances I found where there was a voice call between their devices.
And that was before the 911 call.
More than we've not got to 911 call yet.
And
These would be those overlapping H planes. So the blue represents the most likely area for Ms. Vallow's device to have been, and the green is the most likely area for Alex Cox's device to have been. The green, of course, includes the Four Peaks address, and the blue includes the Burger King we're going to talk about momentarily.
All right. And if we go forward.
Yes.
And what are we seeing here?
This is location data derived from Charles Vallow's device, which shows that at about 7:55, it was in the area of that Burger King on Ocotillo Road that we previously highlighted.
And if we go forward, what is this slide telling us?
This is my way of, we talked about wanting to corroborate data and then, or refute the data if it turns out to be the case that the data isn't reliable, and also to test the various claims. So if it is true that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at this point, then that location data in the Burger King parking lot area would also be representative of where Ms. Vallow likely was. That would show the data set were apparently reliable, and it would also show that Ms. Vallow appeared to have the phone. So to test those claims, we look for that evidence. And one of the things I did in order to look for that evidence is go to that Burger King to view that video and see if in fact we saw Ms. Vallow.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
And if we move forward, and what are we going to see in these next slides?
So these will be 3 different video clips recovered from the Burger King location. I went there and I viewed them in person, and then they were later provided by the Burger King security personnel. You see the timestamp of 7:54. One of the things I do and that I did in this case is while I was at the Burger King, I checked what their video system time thought the time was, and I checked that against my work cell phone, which I know to be reliable. And it showed that their timestamps appeared to be accurate. So the 7:54 is roughly accurate to the time.
And is this particular vehicle one associated with Lori Vallow?
It is. I personally observed this vehicle not the day of the shooting, but the next day. This red Kia Sorento with this particular Colorado plate that you see up on the screen. I went to the Four Peaks address on the 12th and I saw that vehicle. And just for reference, I think I've enlarged the area where the plate is to show that it seems to be generally consistent with those characters.
And do you recall learning that Lori indicated she'd heard the shot?
That's what I was told, yes.
And yet she's at the Burger King at approximately 7:54?
That's right.
And the 911 call does not come in until about 8:36?
That's right.
And then if we go forward,
Video from the drive-through that momentarily will show a person that I recognize as Ms. Lori Vallow, having seen her in person.
and from this video, could you tell who was in the vehicle with her?
I can tell that there's at least one other person in the vehicle. I personally can't see that person clearly enough to say who that person is.
And were you aware that Lori indicated she'd left the residence with both of her children?
That's right.
They knew it took all that time.
And do you recall the approximate
Call
distance
911.
from this Burger King and the residence Lori was residing at the time?
I said it earlier, it was 1 point something miles. I don't recall what followed the decimal,
Fairly close distance then.
relatively.
And again, according to Lori, she'd already heard the shot. So at this time, according to Lori, Charles was already shot.
According to her claim, yes,
And she's at a Burger King drive-through.
correct.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
This is the video from the drive-through after the order's been accepted, and it'll show the vehicle leaving at 7:55 a.m.
And was this consistent with where Charles' phone location showed his phone?
That's correct.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This just goes back to that claim. So now we have, if we see Lori there, we see Charles's phone puts the phone location data in that general area. So this would suggest that the claim that she had the phone is supported by this evidence.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be another call, I believe, between Alex Cox's phone and Lori Vallow's phone, and also location data extracted from Charles's phone. And as the animation continues, there will come a point where the H plane from the phone call for Lori Vallow will be overlaid, I believe. Yes, there it is. And you'll see, as I mentioned before, the H plane is where the device is likely to have been. And then Charles Vallow's GPS data also is within that H plane. So those devices are indicated to have been in the same general area. And there is Alex's H plane in green showing an area that does include the Four Peaks address. And these are the details for each of those calls coming up on the screen now.
And if we move forward,
So the claim had been made that Ms. Vallow stopped at a drugstore to buy flip-flops or sandals for at least for herself and at least one of the children. This is location data from Charles' device showing it arriving at around 8:08 in the area of a Walgreens on Lindsay. It does not stay for very long, and then actually is going to go to a different drugstore, also Walgreens, I believe. This, I believe, is at 8:16. That'll come up in a moment at a Walgreens on 785 South Cooper. Yes, that's 8:16. And these are the location data from Charles's phone again.
and again, she's at a Walgreens prior to any call being made to 911.
Call to 911 has not yet been made.
If we continue,
Assholes.
So that slide is redundant, sorry. This would be the video that I recovered from that Walgreens, showing that at 8:16 on their timestamp, Ms. Lori Vallow walks in. And there's the register view of her buying the sandals as claimed.
Meantime, Alex is staging the scene and not calling 911. Chad is more guilty
and did
than
this
ever,
match up with
Chopper.
the location data on Charles' phone?
Yes, again, everything has an error rate, but the device is in the area of this Walgreens at the same time,
And again, this is presumably after Charles has been shot, according to Lori.
according to Lori.
And again, prior to the 911 call being made.
Correct.
Tylee and JJ are in the car,
And now we're at 8:20 and the video shows Ms. Vallow walking out.
and Tylee's just witnessed this shit.
And then what are we seeing here?
This is the location data from Charles of the device again, picking up over by Gilbert Road and then transitioning down towards the Lawrence Life Academy. You see that one data point that's in the area of the academy in the parking lot. And that data point's details will come up in a moment, and I believe it's 8:20 in the morning. Oh, sorry, 8:32. My apologies.
And again, Lawrence Academy is where JJ was attending school.
That's right.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show Charles Vallow's device location at the time that the 911 call was placed by Alex Cox. So that's the device location in red on Gilbert Road, north of the freeway. And that is the H-plane for the 911 call made from Alex's Cox device, which initiated the police investigation in this matter.
He said Alex's Cox device.
And this, for reference, is about 63 minutes
That's kind
after
of funny.
the device location data from Charles's phone first arrived in the area of Four Peaks in the morning.
If we move forward,
This brings us back to that CAD call, showing again that it's 8:36, just so that we're oriented. We're back to that point that I brought us to earlier.
and if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be the phone location data from Charles's device in transit down towards the Four Peaks address. There's a point just north of the freeway right now. And then it should pick up and show it arriving in the area of Four Peaks. This is the detail for one of those data points showing that it's about 8:49 in the morning that you see the device is now in the area of the Four Peaks address.
And did that correspond with the time Lori arrived back at
It-
that residence?
It did.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is taken from Officer Krautheim's body-worn video, and one sees Lori and Tylee arriving, and I noticed that the flip-flops do appear similar to the ones that we just saw purchased, so I've highlighted those. And then because the way he had his camera oriented, I have to turn the timestamp over for it to be read. And this is represented in Zulu time, which is also GMT. So you subtract 7 hours, you get 8:48 in the morning Arizona time. So again, the data from Charles' device is once again corroborated by something independent, in this case, the officer's body-worn video.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is more data corroboration. So there is an incoming call to Charles's device at 10:25. And the center of the screen where I've labeled Chandler PD, that's where the Chandler Police Department main station is. So what I did to check that is if he was at the main station, there would be evidence of that. And I see that at 10:25, there's Alex in one of the interview rooms.
And there's an indication that it was a missed call from M. Boudreau.
Right.
Do you know who that is in reference to?
I'm aware that that person's related to this case. I'm not fully aware of the facts of their involvement.
And would it be Melanie Boudreau?
That's right.
And if we go forward from here,
This is another incoming call, 10:26, again showing the H-plane does cover the area of the Chandler Police Department. And to corroborate that, there we are at 10:26 with Alex in the interview room.
and it shows a missed call from an S. Shiflett. Do you know who that was in reference to?
Yeah, I think the name is Summer Shiflett.
Do you know if she's Alex Cox's sister?
I believe that's right.
And this is Alex in an interview room?
Yes.
If we go to the next one. What are we seeing here?
This shows that at about 10:40, that's Detective Nate Moffett there. He's returning some items to Alex, and that includes Alex's cell phone. So we've been seeing those missed calls and the indication the device was in the area of that H-plane, and there is the device.
And I think you said 10:40. Would it have been approximately 11:40?
Yes, thank you.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is an incoming call to Alex's device at 12:10, and the H-plane once again covers the Four Peaks address.
And if we go forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is going back to the location data for Charles's device. That was the location data from the point at 8:49 when it arrived back at Four Peaks, all the way to 12:13 where we see it depart the area of Four Peaks.
And Charles Vallow has been declared deceased by this time.
Yes, that's right.
If we go forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show the movement of the location data from Charles's device north and east to an area by the freeway. And it will show a voice call with Lori Vallow and shows that the H-plane, again, is overlapping the area where one sees GPS location data from Charles's device. And you see that those are within 2 minutes, really a little bit less than 2 minutes of one another. There's a 12:34 and 12:36 on those, showing that they're in the same general area at the same time.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This should show a text from the 0143 number we've been considering attributed to Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow's 9562 number. And this is mapping the location data for that event from Mr. Daybell's records indicating that his device is now in the area of Salt Lake City, Utah.
And did you determine an approximate time on that text?
Yes, it's showing 12:39 on the slider, and I think the actual record's going to come up here momentarily and show that. Yes, 12:39.
And again, were you able to look at the content of that message?
That's not available to me.
And if we move forward?
Maybe frozen, standby. It's not reacting on my end. Do you have the actual computer?
And I am also not getting any reaction.
That's less than ideal.
Your Honor, if we may take a momentary recess.
Yes.
And Detective Werther, is it going to be best if I close out and
That would
reopen it?
Be my best guess. If you hit escape, so we're not presenter view, and we'll see if we can note what slide we were on. That'll make it easier. But if it's not reacting at all, I think we'll have to just quit it and reopen it.
And I think it has frozen up. Your Honor, I'm going to unpublish it.
Okay.
And I believe it may take about 5 minutes to get it back up and running if we want to take a stretch break.
Okay, we can, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Everyone like to stand up if they want. Man.
They're taking a stretch break. So, all right, I'll regale you. That's puffing myself up a little bit with this little story. So I know I'm acquaintances with, I don't know her real well, the person who wrote Orange is the New Black. Her name is Piper Kerman. So she wrote that book, and then they made the series Orange is the New Black based on her book. Like the first season is probably the most accurate depiction of what life was like for her. But the rest of the seasons went really far afield from her actual life. But yes, I definitely hung out with Piper. So the way I know Piper is through a friend group, and one of the people in that friend group had also had an acquaintance with Martha Stewart. Okay. So Piper was in the same correctional facility that Martha Stewart was going to go to. So when Martha Stewart was getting ready to turn herself in, Martha asked my other friend to go visit her and tell her in detail what she can expect morning, noon to night. Like, what's it going to be like? What's it going to be like when I check in? Like now, Martha Stewart, as you can imagine, because she's an incredibly successful person, right? She is a stickler for details. She needs to know everything. So she gave my friend a very, very detailed list of questions to ask Piper, who then answered my friend's questions. And then my friend went and talked to Martha and answered those questions for Martha. It is pretty amazing, isn't it? So, Chopper's the most famous person I know by far at this point in time. Y'all, so I'll tell you, the only reason I brushed elbows with most of these people, not all of these people, but most of these people, is because of the profession that I was in. When you're in PR, you are public relations. You are the spokesperson between, either a person or an organization or an entity, between them and the press. So you have to basically learn all of the information about that person, figure out the most accurate / positive way to relate that to the press, and then relate that to the press. So when you're acting as the PR person for an organization, you have to know everything. You have to be able to talk to all the executives. And not only that, but you have to be able to push back on the executives. You have to be able to call bullshit. You can't be starstruck. You can't just take what they say at face value. I literally had to sit there in front of Steve Jobs and say, I don't think we should say that. We should say, I think we should say this, or we should say that. I'm not saying we ever decided to lie. We wouldn't lie. We just thought of better ways to say things that were accurate. Okay. I just want to make sure you understand that. Or we determined there's a better person to say this. Maybe Steve Jobs, you shouldn't be the person to say this. Somebody else should say it. And I did say that to him sometimes, and he would be like, no, I want to say it, or whatever. Anyway, but in this particular instance with Piper Kerman, I knew her through college friends, my ex-husband's college friends. So that wasn't a professional thing. That was through my ex-husband's college friends. So, and Kenny Rogers, I will admit, is somebody I never met. I sang The Gambler on my singing channel. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You gotta know. You gotta count your money. When it's sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. Wait, you never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the day is done. All right. I shouldn't sing much more or I'll get a copyright claim or strike or something. It is a great song. It's a fantastic song. Chopper went on a few dates with some attorneys in the past, and after seeing this type of personality, I was like, no thanks. So being around those famous people have to be 10 times worse than those things. Well, I'll tell you what, Chopper, I was married to an attorney for over 10 years. And I spent most of my professional life around attorneys. And I've been involved in some civil cases. Thank you, Stacy. And I've been involved in some civil cases myself. So unfortunately, I've spent a lot of time around lawyers. They're, as with any profession, every single profession, law enforcement, law, PR, entertainment, there are good ones and there are bad ones. There are nice ones and there are dicks. I used to like to play a game called Dick, Not a Dick, where people... Wait, are we back? Oh.
Is there a chance you could hit
Sorry,
a key or
I
an
had it
arrow
muted.
key?
Let's listen to them
I'm gonna
talk
see if
now instead of
I
me sing.
reconnect the mouse if it lets you. No.
Yeah, I'm right clicking and it's coming up with nothing. It should come up with a menu. If you hit enter, will it advance?
Without the HDMI cable, it was. Let me see.
While you're working on that, I'll just note there is, as an aside, they're doing recarpeting, and that's what you may hear going on. There's furniture and
Recarpeting.
other things being moved around, so that's also why we're gonna have our afternoon end when it does tomorrow. But so I just wanted to make sure no one was concerned if they're feeling or hearing what's going on in the courthouse.
Are you sure that wasn't just some weird streamer trying to sing that you're hearing? It sounds like construction noises. Just kidding. Two dates was enough for you. Well, I wanted to be a lawyer at one point, Chopper. And then I took the LSAT. Thank you, Sparkles. And then I took the LSAT and I bombed it. I mean, I bombed it. It was bad. The LSAT is the test that you have to take to get into law school. And I was so demoralized by how badly I did on the LSAT that I completely changed my plan. And that's how I dug into PR. I had my communications degree. And then I was planning to maybe get a master's in communications. And my boss at the time at DirecTV said, you don't need a graduate degree to do public relations. Thank you, Sparkles. Yeah, I couldn't see spending all kinds of money on law school and more time when clearly my brain didn't think that way. I mean, really what the LSAT can't really predict whether you're going to do well in law school, but at least it can predict whether you have a mind that can think logically, in that think in clean, logical steps. And at that time, especially, I didn't have those skills. I just really didn't. And I had spent so much more of my academic career on writing and communication and, more of the creative arts. I had actively avoided.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
I had actively avoided doing anything math or science related. I like science, but for me to dig deep into science, I had to go take more math. And sorry, but me and numbers aren't great. Thank you, Sparkles. I agree, Doxy, not to be non-humble, but I am. And I like that about myself. And I like being able to exercise that on YouTube. I wish it was a more valued thing by the algorithm. Thank you, Doxy. I wish that was more valued. I wish that the algorithm was designed to bring attention to people with intelligence rather than people who can get attention by creating fear and outrage, but it is what it is. Dyscalculia. Well, literally, this is what drives me crazy, you guys. Literally what the algorithm is torqued to do is tap your lizard brain. Literally. Calcula. It is designed to literally figure out what will make you feel the most. And then what will make you have an autonomic reaction, something that you can barely control from happening. It is literally designed to make you need to come back to social media. I just think that is there.
All right.
There's
Ms.
so
Blake,
much wrong with that.
we discussed proceeding with a different witness right now while you work on the technical issue on this. And I believe the state does have another witness we could call. With that, are you moving to allow this witness on direct to step down and have another witness start direct at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be the state's request.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
All right. Detective Werther, you'll still be under oath clearly and under subpoena, so don't discuss your trial testimony with anyone during the recess. At some point, you will likely be recalled to continue in testimony with your direct examination, but in order to keep things moving, I'm going to permit a state's another witness to be called at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now look at that.
Your Honor, the state would call Tara Martinez.
Let's talk about the stark contrast between how far apart the courts are in their technology and how social media. This is an illustration of where we're at in the world. Okay. Social media and the platforms can literally manipulate us to the point where we're addicted to it, need to come back to it. But the court is so behind in their technology that sometimes they have to change entire witnesses in the middle of direct testimony because they can't fucking get their technology act together. That's why the laws have not caught up to protecting us online. Do you see this? Am I overreacting?
Thank you.
Oh, I've
All
known
right.
people who
The witness has been sworn at this time. What is this witness subject to the exclusionary order?
Your Honor, I guess there'd be an argument that she is not. Having said that, I don't believe she's watched any trial testimony from this trial.
Okay. And again, that's sometimes not all that easy to figure out who or would or wouldn't be subject to it, but I will inquire. Have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
No, sir.
You haven't viewed it on the online feed or in the courtroom at all?
No.
Have you talked to anybody else about their testimony?
No.
Okay, then
I'm going to mute this to explain. Overreacting about the fact that social media is at a point where it can literally manipulate human beings, but the courts can't fucking get their technology together. And it shows why the courts have not caught up to protecting us from the internet.
I'm in the latent print section. So that means that I process items of evidence to try to find fingerprints, and then I may compare those prints and may run them through a database. And then I also respond to crime scenes.
And how long have you been with the Idaho State Lab?
8 years.
And do you have any special training to accomplish your job duties?
So first I have a bachelor's of science in biological science with a minor in chemistry and a specialization in forensic science. And then once I was employed with Idaho State Police, I went through an extensive training program, which included practical exercises, readings, tests, and some external training and different training classes outside of the laboratory.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your job?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Association for Identification, as well as their Pacific Northwest Division.
You mentioned earlier that you process latent prints. What are latent prints?
So latent print means a impression that's left unintentionally. So I may touch this desk here and I may be able to leave an impression behind. Generally, these impressions aren't easy to see. They need to be enhanced or processed in some way to be able to visualize them.
And what is the process used to develop a latent print for purposes of your examination?
It really depends on the item. So when I receive an item into the laboratory, I'm first looking at the item to try to decide which methods I'm going to use. The first thing I'm looking at is the item porous or non-porous? Meaning porous, like paper, absorbs water, and non-porous obviously repels water, like a water bottle, piece of plastic, things like that. And then once I've determined that, I may look at the color of the item or the texture of the item, and these things may help me decide which process I'm going to use. Mainly, though, depending upon whether it's porous or non-porous.
And when people touch something, do they always leave a latent print?
No, it depends on a lot of different factors. They can be broken down into little categories. So the first being pre-touch, like meaning the person. So some people leave really good prints behind. Really depends on how much they sweat. Maybe if they touch their other parts of their face or their body a lot, they'll have oil on their hands. So those are person factors. Those are before you touch the item. And then you have touch factors, meaning if you touch an item, how likely is it you're going to leave something behind? And that depends a lot on the item itself. Is the item dirty? Is it dusty? Is it textured? Those kinds of things would mean that you probably wouldn't leave a latent print behind very easily. And then the post-touch factors, meaning is the item left outside a lot? Is it raining? Is the print going to be evaporated by the sun? And then how the item is packaged. So there's a variety of factors to determine whether or not a latent print is left behind.
If a latent print is left behind, how is it that you would collect a latent print?
So again, it really depends on the item. Let's say, for instance, I have just a normal piece of plastic. It's non-porous item. There's just plain old plastic. So in that case, I first do a visual examination, and I'm looking here to see first if I see any prints that someone may have left just incidentally. Maybe they have some oil on their hands. So maybe they have more skin cells on their hands and they've just left a print. So I'm first looking for that. I'm also looking at the item to see if there's any other forensic evidence that might be important. Like, are there hairs on the item? Is there a lint on the item? And those things I'm collecting at that point. Then I move on to a different visual examination where I'm using different colors of light to try to see if I can see any prints that may be fluorescing. If you touch other things and then touch an item, you could leave a print behind that is fluorescent. Makeup, for instance, is fluorescent. So I'm looking to see if I see any of those kinds of prints. After that, I move on to super glue fuming. It's very similar to what you may have seen on CSI. It's super glue. It goes in a chamber, and the chamber controls the heat and the humidity. And basically, the super glue just comes into the air and attaches to any moisture on the item. And because latent prints are made of a lot of water, it will attach to latent prints. And this is helpful because the glue makes the prints more visible because it's white now, and it also makes them less likely to be wiped away. And then I move on to a dye stain, which stains the entire item, but will more adhere to those prints that I previously glued. And then lastly would be a powder, depending upon the type of item.
When you say powder, is that like the dusting?
Yeah, so it's usually black powder, but it's with a brush.
And if any of those processes work and you're able to develop a latent print, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the correct terminology, develop the print or?
Yeah, develop a print,
Okay.
yep.
How do you go about comparing it to another print or a person?
First, if I see any prints during any of those steps, I'm preserving them at each step that I see the prints. And then at that point, once the processing is done, then it either moves to myself or another analyst to do comparison, what we call it, comparison process. So that process is kind of a long acronym, but it's ACE-V, which is ACE-V. So the A stands for analysis. So I'm looking at the print to determine, do I know where this print came from? Meaning, is it from a palm? Is it from a finger? Is it from the side of a finger? Do I know the location of the print? And then I also look at any kind of distortion. Every print you leave behind, you're making some type of distortion. So I'm looking at, do I see smears? Do I see voids in the print? Things like that. And then once I analyze the print and I say, yep, this print looks good, I'm going to move it on to comparison, then I can pull generally fingerprint cards from the persons involved that the agency has let us know about. And then I do a back and forth comparison between an unknown and a known. Unknown, again, being the latent print. And I'm doing a back and forth comparison to see if the features I saw previously in my analysis phase, are they there in the known print? And not just are they there, but do they look similar to each other? Is their spacing the same? Things like that. And then the E stands for evaluation. So at that point, I'm saying, okay, I've done my comparison. What's my answer? Is this print from this source of this known or not from the source? Are they the same source? And then at that point, I'll make my determination. And then V stands for verification, where another analyst goes through and does the whole thing over again.
And so just to kind of summarize that, you look at the print, determine if it's sufficient to make a comparison.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you attempt to make the comparison.
Yes.
You evaluate that and then have it verified by someone else.
Yes.
And you mentioned that, how do you compare it to someone else? You mentioned a print card?
So known prints are taken from people for various reasons. And so there is a database of known prints that I can access. So if I know who the agency would like this compared against, I know the persons involved, the victims, et cetera, then I'll pull cards from that database and be able to compare against them.
And do you ever sometimes go out and get prints from an individual so that you'll have something to compare your latent print with?
Yes, sometimes the record isn't very good, like the fingerprint card that was previously taken is of poor quality, or maybe I need areas of skin that weren't recorded, things like that. And we'll go out and take prints from known individuals for that reason.
Are you familiar with, for the year 2020, lab number 2233?
Yes.
What is that lab number associated with?
It is the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case.
All right. And did that involve JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes.
What was your first contact with that lab number?
My first contact was taking prints at the coroner's office. I assisted Rexburg Police Department with that.
And what did you do at the coroner's office?
I took known prints from the victim, JJ.
And did you have any other contact with that case?
Yes, I did some processing of that, of different items that were submitted in this case. And then I also took known prints of two other people, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
All right. And did you collect any other samples from them besides known prints?
Yes, I also took buccal swabs. That's a swab to obtain cheek cells and saliva in the mouth for DNA.
And did you collect any hair samples?
Yes, I also did that.
Did you obtain any known samples for an Alex Cox?
Yes.
What were those?
I got two different samples. One was a standard fingerprint card where you're recording all 10 fingers. That was from the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. Like I said, you can be in there for a variety of reasons. And then the second cards I received were from the Gilbert Police Department that they submitted to me.
And the Gilbert Police Department, do you know why they had his fingerprints?
They said they were from his autopsy.
Did you do, referring to this lab number, did you do any actual latent print examinations?
Yes.
And can you tell us what items you did that on?
Yeah. So I checked out and processed items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 18.
And did you process those items to search for prints?
Yes.
Okay, so let's, do you recall what item 10 was?
Yes. Item 10 was a white drawstring bag, like a trash bag, with gray colored pieces of duct tape attached to it. And per the agency, that was the bag around the head of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints on that bag?
No,
Next was, I believe, item 11.
yes.
What was that?
Item 11 was a mass of plastic and gray colored pieces of duct tape said to be plastic and body bag JJ.
And without getting into the specifics of that, were you able to develop any latent prints on that item?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to
Yeah.
that in a minute. I believe the next item was 12.
12.
What was that?
12 was one piece of gray colored duct tape, and that was reported to be from the mouth of JJ.
And were you able to process any prints on that?
I did not get any prints on that, no.
Okay. And item 13.
Item 13 was one mass of gray colored duct tape, and that was said to be from the ankles of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints there?
Yes.
And item 14.
Also one mass of gray colored duct tape said to be from the hands of JJ.
And I believe the last item, was it 18?
18, yes.
And what was that?
One green colored piece of plastic with Litica Corporation written on it, and it was said to be a green bucket from bag 2 of 3 from Tylee.
And were you able to develop any prints from that?
No.
From any of those items, were you able to collect any hairs?
Yes.
Where were you able to collect hairs?
Items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
And just briefly, let's talk about item 13. You said you were able to develop some prints from that.
Yes.
Were you able to do any successful comparison with those prints?
I did comparison. I don't know the word successful is, I'm not sure. But
Okay.
let me explain. So I was able to develop 2 latent prints from item 13. Those were 13.1 and 13.2. And 13.2 was established, once it was in the comparison phase, it was established that it was not enough ridge detail for comparison. So at that point, there's nothing further to do. There's no comparison to be made. Whereas 13.1 was enough to compare and moved on to the comparison stage, but no identifications or exclusions could be made. So the print became inconclusive, and that was due to the quality of the latent print. So sometimes there's enough detail that you can do some comparison, but you may not be able to render a conclusion of identification or exclusion, and it kind of just gets stuck in the middle.
So inconclusive is maybe the better word than
Yeah.
successful or unsuccessful.
Yes, yes.
I'd like to talk to you about item 11. And if you can just briefly remind the jury what item 11 was.
Yes, item 11 is black colored plastic and gray duct tape. The item itself is composed of multiple pieces, so I labeled them separately. So 11.1 to 11.11 is the gray colored duct tape, and then 11.12 to 11.15 is the plastic pieces.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 210, and I do have a courtesy copy for counsel and the court. Ms. Martinez, are you familiar with Exhibit 210?
Yes.
When you, in anticipation of testifying before the jury today, did you prepare this exhibit?
Yes.
And what does that exhibit purport to be? Or what is the information contained in that exhibit? Let me ask that.
This contains the items broken down so that you can see photos of each of the items, as well as photos of each of the latent prints that were compared. And it includes what we call our charts, which is basically like my markup of the prints.
And Your Honor, I believe that this comes in by way of stipulation. But I would ask this exhibit, or let me ask a couple more questions. Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying before a jury?
Yes.
And do you believe that that would help the jury understand both the work you did and the results you found
Yes.
on this case. Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 210 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
Judge, it's entered by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, then 210 is admitted, states 210.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Martinez, did this originate as a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
That's the software you used to create this?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll be just publishing through the Elmo.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at on this page of the exhibit?
Yes. So on the left, you can see underneath it says item 11. So there's two different areas, I guess, of plastic on this photo. So the one on the left is what was processed, and the one on the right is what the one on the left came in. So it came in as this giant bag with bags inside. So the one on the right was not processed. And then on the right photo, where it says item 11.12, this is just 11.12, so being one of the pieces of plastic that was in that bundle. And then if you look at the top right there, you can see it says 11.12.1. So that's just an indication of where the lane print was on that item.
And if you can explain to the jury what they're seeing on the second page.
So this is just item 11.15. So just this piece of plastic, just this little guy here is 11.15. And you can see there that I have marked 11.15.1, which is where the lane print 11.15.1 was located on the item.
If you can tell the jury what they're looking at here.
So this is lane print 11.12.1. This is it developed. So this is the way the photo, this is the exact photo that I took at the time when I developed the print.
And what are they seeing here?
And this is the same photo, but I enhanced it. So I took it into Photoshop and I made some changes to make it black and white instead of it being that yellow color, and up the contrast. So it's the same picture, it's just adjusted. And this is the analysis of the lane print. So I mentioned the charts earlier when I'm marking up the print, and analysis being the A of the methodology. So you can see here, there's a bunch of different dots on the screen, these yellows and these greens here. So those represent what I'm seeing. If the dot is green, I'm very confident at what I'm seeing. If the dot is yellow, I'm less confident, meaning I see features there. I just may not be sure what kind of feature it is, or maybe not exactly sure on the location. So this is my markup of the print. And then this is the comparison charting, as I said, the C in the methodology. So on the left, you have the lane print, and on the right, you have the gnome print. And this is my back and forth comparison between the two. You can see the dots that are blue, and then I numbered them for court reasons to correspond. So you can see the correspondence between the two.
All right, and I see it says comparison of latent print 11.12.1 to known print number 5 Cox. Is that referring to Alex Cox?
Yes, the conclusion at the end of this comparison was an identification to the card bearing the name Alexander Cox to number 5, meaning the right little finger.
And again, when it says item 11, it's referring to the black plastic that JJ's body was found in.
Yes. So this is the other latent print that was developed, 11.15.1. Again, this is the photo that was taken at the time when it was processed with the dye stain. And this is the same photo, but obviously enhanced, changed to black and white.
And is that, can you tell what body part that print is from?
In my analysis, I believe that I wrote that it was likely a palm. That is based on the flow I'm looking at here. You can also see that it's much larger than the finger we just looked at. There's also some creases here and some other indicators that it's likely from a palm print.
And what's the jury seeing?
And this is, again, close up, and this is my analysis chart. So you can see here, there's some greens and some yellows marking up this print. So this is what my analysis markup looked like. And then here's the comparison markup, again, in the blue dots. Those are the correspondence with the corresponding numbers. And the conclusion after the comparison was that 11.15.1 was identified to the right palm of the fingerprint card or the palm print card bearing the name Alexander Cox.
So just to be clear, this comparison matched up with the print of Alex Cox.
Yes.
And again, this is from item 11. So part of the black plastic bags wrapped around
Yes.
JJ.
Hey, Shift.
Ms. Martinez, were you able to verify any other fingerprints from anyone else? Oops, I'm sorry. On any of those items?
I was not able to identify anyone else.
All right. And you mentioned that you collected some hairs.
Yes.
What did you do with those hairs?
I collected them using adhesive notes. So usually I use like something like a Post-it note. And I collected them and repackaged them in coin envelopes. And then they were returned with the item inside the item's original packaging.
And was that for other people to do different types of analysis?
Yes, I don't do hair analysis. So anything that I see that could be used for somebody else may want, like hair, lint, fibers, things like that, I will collect and save.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Right. Right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 41 I'd like to have marked. And my understanding is that it's by stipulation of the parties.
Oh, yes.
Chopper, I'm allowed YouTube. We'll even allow
All right,
your
can you
name.
explain what Exhibit 41 is, please?
That would be part of the report that Ms. Martinez prepared as part of this investigation.
Just
Very well.
kidding.
If that's being offered, I'll just take that up at this time. Is the state been able to review Exhibit 41?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 41 is admitted.
It's honestly kind of
Judge, may I
shocking,
proceed?
Yes.
kind of shocking to us.
Ms. Martinez, would it be fair to say that plastic is a good conduit to obtain fingerprints?
Yes.
It's because of the nature of how plastic is manufactured. It has an oil-based production, which would allow for fingerprints to be easily placed upon that kind of a surface. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's a very good surface for lane prints, mostly just because it's non-porous and it does have a nice coating on it.
Right. And in this particular case, you were clearly able to identify a fingerprint of Alex Cox. Is that right?
Yes.
And a hand, the bottom of the heel of the hand of Alex Cox on this plastic. Is that right?
It wasn't the bottom, but yes, a piece of the palm, yes.
The piece, I'm sorry, the piece of the palm. Of it.
Yes, under the two fingers right here, the middle finger and the ring finger, so higher up in the hand.
Okay. And then I don't know if I saw this in your report. You collected hairs in your process of going through all of the plastic that you were provided. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of how many hairs you collected as a result of your analysis?
I have to look at my notes. It's written down in my notes, but it's not something that was reported at the time.
Do you have your notes with you?
Yes.
Are they at the table with counsel?
Yep.
Mr. Bailiff, could you provide the witness? And Judge, could she use those to refresh her recollection?
Yes, I'll have her identify them once they're there. Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you wouldn't mind, please hand those to the witness, and these are notes for you to refresh your recollection, but don't read directly from them or read them into the record unless the court allows you to do that.
Please remember to hit the thumbs up. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, sir, just item 11 hairs, is that what you would like?
All of the hairs that were located on all of the plastic that was submitted to you,
All the plastic, okay.
all of the plastic.
My apologies, I have horrible allergies today.
Yes, thank you, Doxy. So I guess what Pryor thinks he's going to get out of this is being able to say, none of the hairs were Chad's, right? Okie dokie.
And again, do you have a recollection of, after refreshing your recollection, do you recall how many hairs you sent off to the laboratory?
It's hard to say exactly how many because I collected them kind of as bundles and not every hair was collected individually.
Okay.
But it looks like about 50 different adhesive notes were used to collect them. And that's between items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
Okay. So there were a significant number of hairs that were located on
Yes, on all the plastic that was submitted.
and those hairs were sent off to Bode Laboratory, is that right?
I don't know where the hairs went. I just repackaged them.
Now, at any time, did you find all those hairs on the first run through, or was that over a process of time that you were examining the plastic?
It looks like over a process of time. So some of them were right away during the first visual, and then others were seen after multiple processes.
And after multiple processes, you were able to identify these two latent prints of Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, you've already noted that you are not, it's not within your department to deal with the latent prints. Is that right?
It's within my department to deal with the latent prints. I do latent prints.
I'm not.
Do you
I'm
mean
sorry.
DNA?
DNA. I am so sorry.
No problem. Yeah, no, I don't do anything with DNA.
And I don't have allergies, so I don't have an excuse. Other than Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox, were you at any time by law enforcement asked to do any analysis of any other people, to do a comparison of any other prints?
No, I was asked to just do the comparisons for the people that were involved. So JJ, Lori, and Chad were the only people that I compared against.
Okay. And law enforcement determined who were involved in this, is that right?
Yes, and that's pretty standard. We don't know their investigation, so they let us know who they would like us to look at.
They set the criteria as to who you want to have hairs and prints tested against, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Redirect, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no redirect.
Let's see
All right,
who they call
Ms.
next.
Martinez, and that will conclude your testimony. Does the state intend to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, I believe she can be released from her subpoena.
From the defense?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Wood's response.
The state would allow her to be released from a subpoena and not recall her.
And Judge, I'm sorry, I also subpoenaed Ms. Martinez, and I'm going to release her today as well from the subpoena I had served upon her.
Okay, thank you. So that will conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing this
Thank you.
afternoon, and you can go ahead and step down. We could have a sidebar, please, with counsel.
They're going to talk about scheduling. So, no, I may be wrong about Rob Wood. He's looking just exactly the same as he did before. I think it was just a bad angle before. Anyway, some of you who are members here, or not even members here, maybe members on my other channel, Checkmate Humanity, there was a time several months ago when I had a higher priced membership tier. It costs more to be a member there, and I would do about weekly videos or lives where I would tell a story. I told a story, but I told stories from my Apple days. I told stories from my crazy teenage days. I told stories from hanging out with Van Halen. I told about one. I think I told the story about.
All right, thank you, counsel. We are going to take a mid-afternoon recess here to allow jurors to use the restroom, et cetera. So we'll take about 20 minutes, and then the state does have another witness lined up after that. So I'll please rise for the jurors.
All right, please. They're taking their break. So I would tell stories about on a weekly basis, but then I decided that I was going to take a little bit of a break from that channel and those memberships. And then I reopened memberships like last month on a much lower level, just for, supporting my live broadcasts and stuff like that. So when I reopened my memberships, I think on that other channel, Checkmate Humanity, it reopened access to all of those stories. So anybody who's a member on that channel has access to those stories if you want to hear them. Now, it's not to say that I won't regale you with stories here while I'm live during our long court sessions, but I'm just letting you know that if you're a member there, you should be able to access them on that channel. And I also want to take a moment to talk to you about the thoughts I've been having about my other channel, because I know when I updated you all about, like, I took a day off last week and I wasn't feeling well, and I also had a bunch of thoughts running through my head about content, and I go through this, like, I don't know, roughly every year or so, where I reevaluate where I want to go with my content. Believe it or not, yes, of course I want to get, people to come to my channel for views, but that's not my primary purpose most of the time. My primary purpose is to get a message out. And I feel like with my other channel, the primary message that I wanted to get out with my channel at the time, it's out there now. The message I wanted to get out there has pretty much infiltrated. And I'm not saying I was the only person putting that message out there. There were a lot of people getting that message out there, but now I know, I've seen that message is out there. And so, and one part of that message was about how bad the internet has made true crime, in terms of how the internet has made true crime into this cesspool of exploitation, because it's made it into this industry where people just want to where people exploit true crime victims with their live content. And it really, really, really pisses me off. And I used primarily one person as an example because she ticked all the boxes, and because I had done so much documentation on her. And since, honestly, my storyline with her and about her is pretty much come to a close personally, I am so sick of researching these tragedy pimps, and there are so many other people talking about that thing and calling out tragedy pimps that I don't feel the need to do that anymore. I'm not saying I won't do it anymore, especially if there's something outrageous happening that I really feel needs to be called out. But I'll tell you where I'm feeling there needs to be more attention, at least for me, where I'm feeling drawn. And for me, my content has always been about major concern about the next generation and the internet's effect on the next generation. And in the true crime context is a great platform to show it. And so I think on my other channel, especially, I'm going to be more focused on what the internet is doing to children in the true crime context. And I'll tell you one thing I'm zeroing in on a lot, and I don't know if you guys have seen this, have been noticing this, but for me, it's coming up in my algorithm practically every day. Have you guys been seeing how there is this epidemic of female teachers exploiting kids? Female teachers being caught sexually abusing children, boys. I am absolutely out of my mind with rage about this. Now, I'm not saying that it's never, ever, ever happened before. Obviously, this has been teachers exploiting kids has been a thing since Kingdom Come. But law and crime has its faults, but law and crime, I feel like, is the only network that's really paying a lot of attention to this. Practically every day, there's another teacher in the United States or elsewhere, but most of the time in the United States that I'm seeing, who is caught sleeping with a 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old boy, texting with them. And most of the time, these teachers are, fairly young. They're not older teachers. And actually, Rachel, I was wondering about that. Why is it being covered? Why are we seeing this now? And I've been trying to figure this out. And I think it's a combination of things. So first of all, I think, yes, it's being covered more now because it's salacious, but also I think it is actually happening more now than it used to because of the internet. And I'll tell you why I think that. I've been watching a lot of a lot of the coverage online crime about this, and they bring in experts who say that they have legitimately, the data shows them that this is happening more now than it ever used to. So it's not just that it's being reported more now. It is legitimately happening more now than it used to. And when you look at these scenarios, most of the time what you're seeing is that the teachers who are doing it are rather young. They're usually early, more younger teachers. They're in their they're in their 20s and early 30s. In the past, when male teachers were caught with girls or even boys, they tended to be older, Yeah, they're young, attractive women. And so there's a cultural phenomenon that helped to normalize this, for ages and ages, right? Remember the Van Halen song, I'm half a teacher, I'm half a teacher. Like, there are so many songs that make it cool to be hot for teacher, and for the teacher to, for the teacher and the student to hook up. In pornography, it's a fantasy in pornography. Pornography is now ubiquitous and widespread, and it's very, very difficult to keep kids from being exposed to that pornography. So think about, these kids growing up, and think about these kids growing up, and a girl growing up, and she wants to be she graduates from college and becomes a teacher, but she's grown up on this MILF porn, right? MILF porn, teacher porn, whatever. And she's had access to these fantasies, and then she becomes a teacher, and that's in her mind, and she becomes a teacher, and this kind of idea of, the teacher and the student being hot for each other is normalized. Yes, PKC. So that's normalized. And then she's not that much older. She might be, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 years older than her students in high school, right? Or junior high. And at junior high and high school level, they're starting to get exposed to porn through their friends. Their friends are talking about it, peer pressure to get with girls, blah, blah, blah. So if if there's a young, attractive teacher and a child who is maybe not quite popular or attractive, it's easy for that teacher to prey on that kid, for that teacher to get some sort of validation from a kid who's trying to fulfill his hot for teacher fantasy. And another phenomenon I believe is happening right now in today's world is that a lot of people that people in their, early 20s and 30s today Their brains are not fully developed. That's right, Solo. Their brains are not fully developed. They haven't figured out their place in the world. They haven't quite figured out what's right, the total contours around what is right and what is wrong, what it means to exploit somebody, what it means, why it's wrong to have sex with a minor, much less a minor in your class or in your school. And so people's brains are developing more slowly. They are growing into maturity much later in life, which means they're developing empathy much later in life. And they're developing these understandings of what hurts people and how their actions affect other people much later in life. And so these the schools that hire these young attractive teachers, or just hire teachers across the board, need to have much better screening tools in place for their mental health, the mental health of these people. They probably have health screenings, just regular health screenings, right? Or maybe even drug testing. They need to have mental health screenings. Is this person at the maturity level to where they can safely teach and be an example for a classroom of teenagers? And that brings me to how far behind we are in the idea of mental health, in the mental health field and mental illness, and how much we ignore that side of our human existence. And so that's why I am so focused and thinking so much about kids and wanting to create content that helps parents and kids understand what to look out for, what predatory behavior looks like, what grooming looks like, especially online, because we all live online now. Everybody has an online presence. And if we want to have feel safe and have a full sense of well-being in the world, we also have to understand how to feel safe online, right? Because, and I think people underestimate how easily their online world can creep into their offline world. How easily somebody in their online world can fuck with their offline world if they don't watch for the signs. And that's why I have fully recommended watching Baby Reindeer. Now, in Baby Reindeer, you aren't watching a cyber stalking situation. It involved some cyber stalking, but with Baby Reindeer, it was a physical stalking situation that you could easily see also taking place. You see all the elements of stalking that could also easily happen online. And in fact, the same real life person who did that baby reindeer stalking has now been acting out online since that Netflix documentary came out, since that series came out. I don't know if you've seen that, but I don't know her name. Her name in the series is Martha, but the real life Martha has, and I haven't looked recently, but like a few days ago, she was posting basically every minute, going after not only the guy, her previous victim. She was not only going hard after her previous victim, saying the most disgusting stuff, but she was also going after a new a reporter at the Daily Mail who met with her and wrote her story. It's on Netflix, Sparkles. It's on Netflix. So you know what I'll do? Sorry. Here, let me find this Daily Mail article. It tells the story of I'm going to read this to you while we're waiting for Chad's people to come back. No, I did not see that, Chopper. Gross. Okay. The baby reindeer star who has been on some of TV's biggest shows, how Jessica Gunning first appeared in 2008 and has graced our screens with cameo. Wait. I think Nope, this is the wrong article. Sorry. Let me find the right article before I get to this. Okay, yeah, here it is. The real life Martha from Baby Reindeer is now targeting me. Oh, they're back. All right, sorry. Teaser there, teaser. It's really well done. And it really just shows the mind F that you go through as a target of a stalker. And I'll tell you, listen to some of the things that woman does and says and tell me that tell me that you don't see Rocket Man in that woman. Tell me.
All right, please.
So did that really happen, Chopper? Did Turtle Boy claim sexual assault? Just kidding. Rocket Man.
Resolved, President counted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back from the afternoon recess, CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. And I believe the state's ready to recall Detective Werther. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'd like to inquire further on direct, I'll note the detective's previously been sworn today in his testimony and is still under oath, and you can continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would ask to go back to publishing State's Exhibit 43.
Fingers crossed.
That's weird. I'm getting buffering. I don't know what's happening.
And Detective Werther, I think we'd left off with this was less than ideal. Was
Yes.
that in reference to the tech problems?
It was.
All right. If we turn our attention back to this slide, can you remind us what we were looking at here?
Yes, we were looking at a record of an incoming text to the 0143 AT&T number that's been attributed to Chad Daybell from Lori Vallo's 9562 number at 12:39 on July the 11th, 2019.
And if we advance to the next slide.
Won't you do it? Stand by. Okay, yep.
What are we seeing here?
This is the from 750 to this seems to be out of order. Stand by.
More technical.
Yeah, we're out of order. We're back much earlier in the day in ground that we've already covered. We've seen these slides before. Pardon me. Because this is going to take us through the Burger King again.
Okay. If this was being run by Steve Jobs, you'd be fired by now. Sorry.
From memory, I think it was slide 81 where we ought to be.
And in trying to keep the tech happy, I'm just trying to get back to that slide.
This is where we ought to be.
And can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is showing the mapping of a voice call from Lori Vallo's 9562 phone to the 0143 phone. That 1M45S signifies that it's a 1 minute 45-second duration call. It's going to zoom in and show the mapping on Lori's devices once again, essentially co-located with the device location from Charles Vallo's phone. And there we see the details of the call with the duration rendered in seconds, but that's 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is going to proceed showing the location data as Charles's device describes a path east and south. And then the next call record that is located along with the device location. This time we're looking at NH plane for Alex Cox's phone records indicating there was a connection to a tower in that area, and that area also is the same area where Charles's device is. So this shows more than likely that the device used by Alex Cox is in the same area as the Charles Vallo's device.
And this is almost 1 o'clock.
Yep, 12:57 for the location from Charles Vallo's device and 12:59 for the voice call.
And if we go to the next slide.
Here we have an outgoing text from the 0143 number to Lori Vallows 9562, and this is at 13:11, which is 1:11 p.m.
So another communication between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th.
Between their devices, yes.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
These are more data points from Charles Vallow's phone, and it shows it arriving in the area of Alex Cox's home. They're on 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley, and the time is going to be 13:26.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is another text, this time incoming to the 0143 number from Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and at 13:39.
If we go to the next slide.
Text going outgoing at 13:43 between the same two numbers.
And the next slide.
This is showing the mapping from Charles's device and then a rather large H plane for Lori Vallow's device that includes the Cox residence. The incoming call from Melanie Boudreau's number to Lori Vallow's number for a 5-minute, 58-second call.
And if we go to the next slide.
Another text, this one outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562.
And the next slide.
This is the H plane that we left off with, and it's going to transition to show that the H planes for both Lori's phone and Alex's phone are in the same general area. And I believe that's the next slide. My apologies. This one just shows an H plane for Alex's for an incoming call. That -1's a default value. I'm not sure who called it, isn't in the records.
And if we go to the next slide.
This shows Charles's location data still in that area, and then location data from Lori Vallow's 5452 number with an H plane that includes that residence. And this is at 14:07 and 14:08.
And there's an indication there that a number associated with Lori called Detective Inklin's desk.
Yes, Detective Inkland's a member of my team now. She was on the robbery homicide team at the time and involved in this investigation. And she's the one who received that phone call.
And do you know if she's also the detective that interviewed Lori Vallow?
Yes, she is.
And if we go to the next slide.
So this shows that and remember that there are two phones associated with Ms. Lori Vallow. So the 9562 H plane is the top one. The 5452 is the bottom one. Shows that they're overlapping and they're within 2 minutes of one another, basically showing that they're in a similar area that includes that residence.
And was Charles' phone also located within that vicinity?
It was. I don't believe that the data point within this very narrow time frame, but it's been located in that location, and we'll see data coming up shortly that shows it still is.
And then I see a note down there, a number associated with Lori Vallow called the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Yeah, so highlighting this number here, if you take that number, which is 480-895-9232, I'm going to advance to the next slide now. That's the phone number for the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
And what are we seeing here?
Ongoing text communication, this an incoming text between Lori Vallow's 9562 and the 0143 number at 1424.
Judge, could I have some foundation as to whether that's an outgoing or incoming text from?
Ms. Blake, do you want to inquire on that?
Detective Werther, were you able to determine if that was a text from Lori's device to Chad's device or Chad's device to Lori's device?
So it's incoming to Chad's device. If you look here below the number, it reads incoming SMS, which is derived from the raw records, and it indicates the target number. So this is being received by the 0143 number, but because it's incoming, it's connected to the 9562 number.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is ongoing text showing an outgoing between the two same numbers, which indicates the 0143 would be sending a text outgoing, and it's at 1424.
And again, we were unable to locate the content of these text messages. Is that your understanding?
Correct. Typically, they're not preserved for very long, if at all, by providers, and I have not seen the content of any of these messages.
And if we advance to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is ongoing text, so this is an incoming text to the 0143 number from the same number, and it is at 1428.
And if we go to the next slide.
This picks up with those overlapping H planes down in Arizona, shows more of Charles Vallow's devices location data near the Cox residence, and it advances to an H plane at 1428. This is an incoming voice call from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and it lasts 11 minutes and 13 seconds.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is just showing the same call, but showing it as it was found in both record sets. This is showing the mapping related to where Mr. Daybell's device was at the time of this call, so that we see both locations.
And the device associated with Chad Daybell is showing as in somewhere in Idaho at that point.
Yes, that's right. So same call.
And what are we seeing here?
This is going to advance to where the device associated with Alex Cox calls Detective Inclan's desk. There it is. And it shows the location data extracted from Charles' device is in that same general area where that H plane is, and this is the call to Detective Inclan's desk from Alex Cox's device.
And if we advance to the next slide.
Well, this should show, excuse me, the animation appears not to be loading.
Would you like me to try from my end?
Yes, let me back up. If not, the static images will ultimately show the data anyway.
Did it just move to the next one?
Yeah, row showing that all of these devices are in the same general area.
And if we advance to the next slide.
So this will show, and it may, we're having computer issues today, but the animation's likely not going to play, but it will still show us where we're going. The Charles Vallow device will leave the area of the Alex Cox residence and arrives, as we see on this next still image, at 14. Standby. At 1445 hours in the general area is when it leaves the general area of Alex Cox's residence. And then it's going to move on to the Four Peaks residence where it is turned over to detectives. There we are. At 1511, it's in the area of the Four Peaks residence where detectives took possession of that device from Ms. Vallow.
And is that how you came to ultimately look at an extraction from that phone?
Yes, that's right. It's, as far as I know, still in Chandler Police property and evidence.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an H plane showing, once again, the service area for Alex Cox's device is back in the area of the Four Peaks Place address. And there is an outgoing call to a phone number that on the internet was associated with USAA. It is a 10-minute, 55-second call.
And then what are we seeing here?
At 1602, we see a call between, specifically outgoing from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's 9562. The H planes are not overlapping. It appears that they are most likely not in the same place, the devices at this point.
And then if we go to the next one.
This is further text communication and outgoing text from the 0143 to Lori Vallow's 9562 at 1610. and then an incoming between the two devices at 1646. This is a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallows 9562. It is a 30-minute, 13-second call, and it is at 5:42 p.m.
And if we move on.
Okay. This is that same call, but from the other end, showing that at the time of that call, the service area for the Vallow device is mapping again in the area of the Four Peaks residence while they're on that call. And then this is an incoming text from Ms. Vallows 9562 to the 0143 number at 18:16 hours, 6:16 p.m. And then an outgoing text in response at 18:57. And then at 19:09, we have an outgoing text again from 0143 to that same number of Ms. Vallows. Then a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Ms. Vallows 9562, 10 minutes and 59 seconds at 7:10 p.m. Okay. This is that same call mapped again on the Arizona side from Ms. Vallows records, showing again in the area of the Four Peak residence while that call is happening. Another outgoing voice call, but this one from the 0143 number to that Valley of the Sun mortuary number that we saw earlier. This is at 7:34 p.m. and the call lasts 7 minutes and 14 seconds. In my analysis of that day, which is what I did the analysis on, it's the only call or text from that device to any number other than Ms. Vallows.
And Ms. Vallow had called the Valley, or a device associated with her had called the Valley of the Sun mortuary earlier in the day.
Correct.
And now the device or a device associated with Chad Daybell placed a call as well.
That's right. Now it is 7:50 p.m. and there's an incoming text from Ms. Vallows 9562 to the 0143 number. And then at 7:52 p.m., an outgoing text from the 0143 to the 9562. And then there is an outgoing 7-second call from 0143 to the 9562. That is at 7:54 p.m. And the 9562 number texts the 0143 number at 7:54 p.m. And then there is a 13-minute and 2-second call outgoing from 0143 to 9562 at 7:54 p.m. I believe it's just going to show us the mapping on the other end on the next slide. Yes, this is that same call in Arizona, showing the service area for Ms. Vallow's device in the area of Four Peaks. And coincidentally, around that same time, there is an H-play in a service area for Mr. Cox's device, and it also is in an area that covers the Four Peaks address. Ongoing text communication, we are up to 9:10 p.m. and outgoing text from 0143 to 9562. Another outgoing text at 21:35, 9:35 p.m. between the same numbers. And that brings us to the end of the exhibit.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
These were some takeaways from my analysis based on the claims that we had discussed previously, indicating, as you see on the screen, that it is very likely that Mr. Vallow's device arrived around 7:32 at the Four Peaks address and left around 7:50. And there are multiple instances where that device is then co-located with Ms. Vallow's devices and also her known location from video and other sources. So that seems to support the claim that she left the Four Peaks address with Mr. Vallow's device, which, as I understand it, was claimed to have been after the shooting had occurred. If all of that is true, then there's at least a 45-minute delay between that event and 911 being called. Otherwise, if it wasn't true, then it would be hard to see how they could have witnessed the event as they claimed. And then there are the communications that we've seen between the device associated with Mr. Daybell and with Ms. Vallow through the day, and the call to the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
And at some point, as part of the investigation, did you learn that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were engaged in some form of extramarital affair, or there were at least allegations of that?
That's my understanding.
But on this particular day, these communications were the day Charles Vallow died, correct?
That's right.
And the communications between Chad and Lori were throughout the day,
Yes, as we've seen.
and they started prior to Charles arriving at Lori's residence?
Yes, I believe the first one's in the 6 a.m. hour, Arizona time.
And there was a text from Chad to Lori around the same time that Charles Vallow arrived at the residence?
From that device to Lori's device, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can cross
Thank you,
examine.
Judge.
What could he possibly want to know from this witness?
Okay, that's okay. Okay, okay, right? Okay, right? Okay, right? Right? Okay, okay. Okay. May I, Judge?
You may.
Officer, you testified earlier that there were text messages and phone conversations throughout the day between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Between those devices, yes.
And what you didn't look at is the history of the phone correspondence between these two folks, did you?
I did not personally do that.
You didn't look back what their pattern of communication was, a week before that, correct?
I did not.
And a week after that, you didn't look at that as well, did you?
I did not.
You are aware, though, by your analysis, that Lori Vallow called a mortuary sometime around 2:00. And then there was a preceding number of calls and texts. And then Chad Daybell called the same mortuary, correct?
Yes, that's what the records show.
You happen to review the mortuary call that Chad Daybell made to the Sun Valley mortuary? Did you listen to that?
Oh, no, I've not listened to the audio recording.
Okay. So you don't know the nature of what Mr. Daybell said about obtaining further information or letting them know about what, you don't know anything about that, right?
I'm aware the recording exists. I have not listened to the recording.
And you're aware that the two of them were engaged in an extramarital affair?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Okay. Now, the issue of cell tower, would you agree with me that cell tower coverage is the least effective of the ways to obtain data of the location of a cell phone?
I don't know that it's the least effective, but it obviously has an error rate greater than, for example, the GPS that we looked at, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And the best way to determine a phone's location is actually to have the phone itself. Would that be fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, I noticed during this process that it appeared that Mr. Daybell was traveling to somewhere in Utah and then traveling back that day, correct?
That's what the device seems to be doing, yes.
Okay, and there are a number of these calls that are text messages and calls that are rather short in nature, correct?
I don't know the length of the texts, but as far as the calls go, the durations were all up on the screen for sure.
And what you also don't know is whether these calls were being received in due time or whether there was some sort of delay because of the traveling within the Utah, Idaho area out there, correct?
How do you mean a delay?
Well, phone reception. You're not able, through your analysis, just on these numbers, to determine whether or not these calls actually were successful in any kind of communication. Isn't that true?
The duration can give an indication, of course, for a longer duration, that it's more likely that a voice call took place. But if I'm understanding you right, yes, it's possible, for example, that some of these went to voicemail. Absolutely.
And Mr. Daybell was, and for your, you know where Springville, Utah is, correct?
I'm not very familiar with Utah, so no,
You know where Salt Lake City is.
roughly.
And you looked on the map and you know that it's a distance between Salt Lake City and St. Anthony, Idaho, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with the topography and the area out there in terms of the quality of phone reception in that area?
I am not very familiar, no.
Okay. Now, from what I understand from your testimony is that, at least what you're suggesting is that based on based on Charles Vallow's phone and the delay reporting to 911, it's suggesting that Lori Vallow was present at the time Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow. Is that correct?
Partly, if I might elaborate.
Okay.
What I would say is that if Ms. Vallow makes the claim that she's present for the shooting, which I'm told she did, then the data suggests that either that claim is wrong, she wasn't actually there, or she was there, there was a very long delay before 911 was called. Either of those are possibilities in my mind.
Okay. And are those are really the two distinct possibilities, correct?
Yes, I think so.
So either Miss Vallow is lying about being there when Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, or the other scenario you suggested, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And if I noticed that on your display, you included that Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were also present at the time. Is that right?
That's the claim that was made.
Okay. And there's no indication that by way of phone records or otherwise that Lori Vallow took JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan anywhere else. Is that right?
I'm not aware of any location other than the ones that we examined.
Now, I looked at the tape of the Burger King, and you had mentioned that you saw at least one person in the vehicle. When I examined it, it appeared there were at least three people in the vehicle. Is it possible there were three people in the vehicle at the Burger King?
I'd say it's possible and indeed likely.
Oh, and indeed what?
Likely that there were three people.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
And Detective Werther, you were asked if some of the calls maybe didn't go through right away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your presentation, did you denote the duration of the calls that you were able to locate?
Yes, when there was a voice call, I tried to put up what the duration was so that those viewing the presentation would know how long those calls were.
And were at least some of those calls of such a duration that you would believe those to be calls that were received where a conversation occurred?
I would.
And again, conversations between Chad and Lori began approximately 6:06 that morning,
That's the earliest one, yes.
and they continued throughout the day.
Yes.
And you learned Chad and Lori were having an extramarital affair, correct?
Judge asked and answered.
World.
That's my understanding.
And on July 11th of 2019, what call did you respond out to again?
That was a call involving a shooting incident, the fatal shooting of Charles Vallow.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Detective Werther. So is he going to remain under subpoena from the state?
The state would release him from his subpoena.
What about the defense?
Judge, I haven't subpoenaed the detective. I have no intention of calling him back.
Okay, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You may go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just so you don't feel alone, Solo, I'm not going to be able to see my kids this Mother's Day either.
Okay, at this
Very
time,
sad
based
about it.
on the nature of the testimony, the court's got a limiting instruction that I'm going to reread to the jurors. I've read this before, and this will also be included in your final instructions for deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator has committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident.
Who's this
So that's
witness?
the limiting instruction. With that then, let me inquire from the state, given the time where we're at, does the state intend to call or seek to call another witness this afternoon?
Your Honor, could we just briefly, I know people are probably getting tired of the
Sidebar.
sidebars, but if we could just briefly chat about the schedule.
Yeah, let's do that quickly in
Rob's
a
like,
sidebar. Thank you, counsel.
I'm sorry, everyone. I know you're sick of these sidebars. I'm sorry. You know what, Solo? I kind of stopped caring about what people think of how I look in public. I definitely don't look the way I used to many years ago. And I know it's easier said than done. But the other thing you could do is just choose to make Mother's Day another day when your daughter can take you. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to minimize how you feel. I'm trying to just make it feel a little better.
All right, counsel, thank you for conferring with the court. We are going to go ahead and conclude with evidence for the day and take a recess until tomorrow. As I mentioned, we'll go until 2:00 tomorrow. There's one other matter the court will take up outside the presence of the jurors, just stop outside the presence of the public, just with the attorneys, but on the record here as well. So for those reasons, I think this is a good time to break for the day. Thank you for your attentiveness today, and I will advise you, as I have at the end of each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else or amongst yourselves. Wait to do that until the time for deliberations. As well, don't do anything to investigate or look the case up in any way, or if you see the case in any sort of media coverage, news, etc., on your devices, please avoid looking into that, and that way you'll be able to sign your declarations in the morning that you've complied with the instruction. So thank you again, and we will commence again tomorrow morning with additional evidence and a new witness tomorrow, starting at 8:30 at the normal time. So with that in mind, we will be in recess for the day, and thank you also those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct orders.
All right, please.
So it looks like they're going to take up another matter outside of the jury. Let's see what that is. But exactly, Rachel. Oh, but we don't get to see it. Thanks. Thanks, court TV or all the thanks courtroom cameras for cutting us off. Whatever. Jeez. That's exactly right. That's what I found, Rachel, is people are so wrapped up in their own worlds. Most people aren't paying attention to other people and what they look like. And if they are, that's their problem. You know, oh, they came back. Nope, this is a different day. Wrong. Different day. Sorry. Remove. Whoo. Anyway. That's right. It's never a full day. There's so many breaks. Anyway, this was a heavy day for sure. Autopsy descriptions. I mean, we just sat here and heard the descriptions of the autopsy, and that was heavy enough. To sit there and have to look at the photos, I would rather remember them like this. This is why we're here. This is what it's about. They didn't deserve this. They didn't deserve this. These two beautiful children. And, you know, I would like to show their pictures now after hearing the incredibly degrading way with which they were discarded. They deserve their dignity. So I will see you tomorrow. And just as a reminder, tomorrow is Adam Montgomery's sentencing. And the reason that sentencing is important to me is because he didn't show up for his trial after declaring his ultimate innocence. He was innocent. And then he didn't show up for one day of the trial for his innocent little baby girl. So I want to see him face his accusers and his victims. I want to see him have to face the people he... Yes, I am, harlot. Yes, I am. I'm going to interrupt whatever's going on with the Daybell trial, and I'm going to go right to Adam Montgomery sentencing. So I'm going to schedule a separate stream for that. So we'll look out for that. But also I will schedule a stream for tomorrow morning for continuing coverage of Chad Daybell. And I believe that based on what we've seen so far of the Chad Daybell trial, he's on a slowly sinking ship, heading very slowly to his own demise and possibly death. But just to remind you, it is the jury that has to decide whether he gets death or not. And it may be very difficult for them to make that decision. So, but we'll see. So this goes out to all of you who've been here. Thank you so much. To any of you who are hurting or feeling in grief right now, I'm here for you. And I'm sorry. And please remember to be kind out there. Just be kind. And I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.